Hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer, and we're going to make a game in World Builder, a very old application for making point-and-click adventure games. I'm very excited about it. Hello, Salt Ranger, Mousimus, Siku, 6-7, Valis, great to see y'all. Efton, hope you're doing well. So, World Builder. Just last week, I finished playing through Enchanted Scepters, which is the game that World Builder was originally created alongside with. William C. Appleton created both of them and got in touch with Silicon Beach Software after he was impressed with... I think Airborne was the release that impressed him and convinced him to get in touch to see if they would publish his game. And in 1984, they published Enchanted Scepters, and in 86, they published World Builder, the tool that was used to create it. And many other people went on to make games with it. Hello, Le Sandwich Merguez. Welcome from France. Good to see you. Jabberwocky, great to see you as well. Looks exciting. I'll have to catch it on VOD. No worries. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy it on the VOD. So it was later made freeware in 1995. There was a 1.2 release, which is the one we'll be using. Was pretty minor enhancements just to make it compatible with a little bit wider range of computers and operating system versions. It also added a lot of interesting documentation from Ray Dunnican, who made a handful of pretty well-known games for it. He added a bunch of interesting documentation that talks about different approaches for accomplishing more advanced things in it. And Unsecret Crush is also here. Yes.
I have a mouthful of candy.
So, I wrote down last night this long history of early multimedia authoring tools, but I don't think I'm going to talk about it all because it's kind of boring. It's interesting to me, but I don't think it'll be that interesting to anyone else. But it is worth noting, just kind of briefly, I'll try to sum up what's interesting about it.
The TLDR.
Silicon Beach Software was founded by Charlie Jackson and his wife Hallie in 84, which was the year the Macintosh came out. The same year, a company called Macromind was founded by Mark Cantor, Jamie Fenton, and Mark Stephen Pierce. Mark Stephen Pierce is a name I recognize because he did the artwork for Dark Castle and Beyond Dark Castle, which was actually a Silicon Beach Software release. And so Macromind went on to become Macromedia when they merged with another company called, I think it's Authorware.
I've heard of them.
And Macromedia made a program called Director, which you may have heard of. It became pretty much the software for creating CD-ROMs in the 90s. So if you ever... played any kind of multimedia CD-ROM. A lot of them were just like weird little promotional things or whatever. A lot of like museum kiosks and stuff like that were made in it. And it was also used to make a lot of games and things like that as well. But then Silicon Beach Software... First of all, they later created SuperCard, which was kind of an advanced version of HyperCard. If you're not familiar with HyperCard, that was used to make Myst. HyperCard was made by Bill Atkinson, who also has a thank you in both the World Builder and Enchanted Scepters credits. And that was used to make Myst. It was used to make a ton of other games. It was very much like the web before the internet, before the World Wide Web existed. And again, Supercard was a more advanced version of that, made by William C. Appleton, who was the creator of World Builder. And then Charlie Jackson, who again was one of the founders of Silicon Beach, along with Jonathan Gay, who was a programmer at Silicon Beach, who was the program again for Dark Castle, probably their best known game, I think. Eventually went on to create a company, I'm blanking on the name of it, Future Wave Software. In 1993, they created a program called Smart Sketch, which did not work out very well. It was like a drawing program initially. They added animation to it, and it turned into Future Splash Animator, which you probably also never heard of. But in 1996, Macromedia bought Future Wave and gave it a more familiar name, Flash. And both Director and Flash were obviously extremely popular. I'm sure all of you have heard of Flash and played, a little web game in it or something at some point. It was used to make tons of games and terrible web UIs and stuff like that. And then, of course, eventually Adobe bought Macromedia, and they became Adobe Director and Adobe Flash. That was in 2005. So I just thought it was neat how Silicon Beach was very intertwined with all of that and just the history of multimedia authoring tools. Rip Flash, yes. Apparently, it's still alive in some forms. There are two different companies. There's a company in China that is responsible for maintaining a version of it that's only used in China. And then there's another company that maintains a version of it specifically for enterprise use. So like companies that, build some software that relies on Flash and it's just like too expensive to, replace it. So
yeah, companies fucking love to use ancient tools like that.
Yeah.
For circumstances like that.
Yeah, so that company is working along with Adobe to maintain a version of it, which is wild. I actually, at one point, helped create... basically, it was the help for an enterprise piece of software, and there was a little bit of Flash in it. That was my fault. Sorry. Hopefully they're not still using it.
How could you?
Mousimus says there are a few open source Flash emulators out there as well. Oh, interesting. I've actually been wondering about that. It's great that people are working on that, just because so many neat little games were made in it, and it's kind of a bummer to think that they might be impossible to play at some point. Also related, ScumVM recently added support for Director. I think they currently support version 3 and 4, I want to say. And there's like a relatively small number of titles that they, have, tested and, made sure work properly in it. But it's certainly possible that, other programs made in 3 or 4 might work with it just fine. It just kind of depends on what exactly they're doing. That's especially of interest to me. I spent a lot of time making little things in Director myself. At one point, I made an enhanced CD-ROM for my band in Director. I should load that up sometime and just look at it and get very embarrassed and put it away forever. 67 said, I converted a project from Flash to HTML5 back in early 2018. Nice. So, that was kind of a long summary of my info, but yeah, we got there. So moving on to World Builder itself. I spent some time last weekend poking around in it, just kind of preparing for this weird stream experience. And I made a... Well, I don't know that I ever finished anything in World Builder. I spent a lot of time, honestly, throughout my life, experimenting with making games and just kind of fooling around and having a good time. And basically, none of it was ever finished. I think probably the most finished game-like thing I ever did was around early 2000s. A company hired myself and some friends to create a demo for an educational game. And we did actually, for once, create a complete demo. But it was just a demo. It never took off beyond that, unfortunately. But that was a neat experience. I think... I'm trying to remember. We might have used a little bit of Flash and Director for that. I feel like we maybe did some animation in Flash, but then most of it was in Director. Oh, we got our first sound redemption, which is something I was going to mention. We have a play a sound redemption. I will go ahead and open that up.
Yeah, I hope I'm not like stealing your thunder here.
No, that's totally fine. Like I was gonna take my time actually getting into the program, but we'll get in here and play a sound. So this is the way sounds work in World Builder. You can have a separate sound library file. You can also have them directly in your program, but this just kind of gives you another way of managing things. The original release of World Builder had a pretty limited sound library, and then there were like 3 discs you could order from Silicon Beach that had like there was like a fantasy disc and a sci-fi disc that had, you know, a more expanded library of sounds. But the 1.2 release has a pretty good selection here. So let's find Loon in the list. And let's see. There's my game button. If you go to the website there and scroll down a little bit, there's a list of all the sounds that we have available to us. And we can use these in our game. And if you have the points to spend, I can play one for you so you can hear what it sounds like. Oh, there was Loon. Okay. Maybe familiar if you were able to enjoy my Enchanted Scepter streams. Where is bruh? Yeah, you could definitely create your own sounds, and this even comes with a little tool to import them. They have to be in a specific format, which, you know, at the time would have been a reasonable expectation, but these days it would probably take some work to get them into that format in order to convert them to the World Builder format. But we will not be doing that today. I can't believe that Automod did not approve of the word loon. We're just talking about birds here. Ask me about loon. So, I was saying I spent some time figuring a bunch of things out. I think it probably makes more sense to just open the program and give you like a little tour of it before I get into that stuff. I will talk about just how this is going to go here. So my plan is that when I'm ready to, you know, add a new thing to the game, it could be a room, an object, a character. I will ask for suggestions. Y'all can give suggestions in chat. I would suggest keeping the suggestions short, just because otherwise, you know, it'll take me a long time to read them all, and it might become hard to keep up with chat. So, you know, you could suggest something like boat, you know, as a place or even an object. Something slightly more specific like barnacle encrusted sailboat. You know, that gives you a nice visual and is maybe a little more exciting to think about. You know, if you can be more specific like that, that's great. But, you know, if all you can think of is boat, that's fine too. And, you know, we can fill in the specifics as we go. if if I'm say I'm drawing a sailboat and you think I should, add something specific to it, it's fine to just, suggest that at any time. If you, suggest I do something completely different than what I'm working on when I'm not, specifically asking for suggestions, that's probably not something I will do, just because, we want to keep things focused. In some cases, I might just choose from the suggestions myself. When it seems like a more significant choice, we'll probably do a poll. I think to start out, we'll figure out what our starting room is, which seems like it could kind of influence the overall feel of the game somewhat. It might not necessarily, but I figure we'll probably do a poll for that starting room, if nothing else. We're not going to put anyone else's intellectual property into the game. I do want to post it on my website eventually, and I've had some fun experiences being threatened by corporations in the past, so I don't want to deal with that.
No, it's fun.
Corporations love to sue people, even if they're not making any difference in anything. It's just what they do. So I will not put Sailor Moon in the game. However, you could, suggest we put a magical girl like Sailor Moon. If you want to give a suggestion like that, just to give me an idea of what you're picturing, that's fine. And last, this is very much a group project, but I will have final say in anything. I guess my hope here is that y'all will give lots of suggestions, and we can all feel like we're making this together. And then I will just kind of serve as the editor of all these ideas and try to bring them together to create a cohesive whole out of it. Hello, Eden Waith. Where's the Code Warrior project? We don't need Code Warrior for this one, which is good because I never use that myself.
I don't know what Code Warrior is.
It is a programming environment that was used on Apple platforms for a long time. I kind of think that was what a lot of Mac programs were made in for a long time, before the time of Xcode. Feel free to correct me on that, Eden Waith. How about Sailor Saturn, or will Sega go after you for using the word Saturn? I mean, that's probably not going to happen either. And then, of course, last of all, let's have a good time. I hope we'll all have fun. I honestly don't know if this is going to be a one-time thing or what. We'll just kind of see how it goes. If we all have a good time and we want to continue working on our game on future streams, then I would be more than happy to keep doing this as long as it seems fun and as long as it seems like we're continuing to make something enjoyable. Anyway, said, I just started reading the old book Learn C on the Macintosh, and it references Code Warrior projects. Fun. 67 said, do you want to start with some form of structural outline or just go room by room? I recommend the former a bit. I designed too many games. If... here's my thought. Obviously, if we were designing a game where our goal was to make a great game, yeah, it would make a lot more sense to start with an outline or something like that. Since our main goal here is to have fun, my thought is that we will start just like a thing at a time. And then as we start to, get a few different rooms, some items, maybe a character, we'll start to get more of an idea of what this is turning into. So then hopefully we can start to, get a better picture of where we're going with it. So I feel like that's the approach that'll be the most entertaining. It could turn into a disaster and be extremely chaotic, but that's what I've decided to go with, so I think we're going to do that. Making mistakes can be instructive too. Exactly. If ultimately, like, one thing I was going to say, I am going to upload this to the site when we're done. But you will, of course, need an old Mac setup to play that. I think World Builder. Let me actually open the README here. That should tell us. I'm trying to figure out what operating systems are supported here.
System requirements were at the top.
Did I just look right past it? Oh, yeah, it says Mac OS 3 or higher. I was trying to figure out the upper limit.
Okay.
I want to say it's Mac OS 9. So, that's pretty old. Most people aren't going to be able to run it conveniently. But fingers crossed, the Internet Archive has a bunch of old Mac programs, and you can just load them up in your browser and play them in your browser. Basically, they're running in an emulator on their server side. Actually, I'm not sure exactly how it works. There's a lot of it is happening in JavaScript, I think. It's complicated. I don't know exactly how the setup works. But my hope is that we can figure out a way to get this uploaded to the Internet Archive and maybe make it playable in your browser. I don't know if they'll let just anyone upload software that can be run that way. But I'll see what we can do. When did this World Builder come out? So this is the one we're using. I figured because it has the best compatibility with a range of Mac operating systems. This is version 1.2, which was released in 1995 as freeware. I also have... This is the manual and the floppy disk that I had as a kid, which you can see my dad wrote on here is version 1.1. So that's not what we'll be using, but I do have the manual for that as a handy reference in case we need to look up, especially like the scripting and stuff like that we might need to look at occasionally. But yeah, 1.2 is what we'll be using. So let's go ahead and I'm trying to think of where to start here. Let's open up World Builder and this has a good demo world. The one that's included with 1.2 is also a good demo that includes a lot more advanced stuff. But this one's a little simpler, so we'll take a look at this first here. So you start off in your map here. So you have everything, all your rooms laid out in a grid. And these thicker lines are basically walls. So like the thin lines, like if you're in the captain's room, you can move west into the view deck. From the view deck, you can move east into the captain's room or south into the garden. So like that navigation is automatic. Like you can just check scene data. Yeah, so you can decide which areas are blocked off here. You can supply some text to output, if you want to explain why you can't go in that direction. We can set a sound effect to randomly play in the room if you want to have the loon sound repeat over and over 3,600 times a minute. And then you can also, let's see, if we open up the scene code, we can have code that is specific to that room. So for example, in the captain's room, if we search and an item named card is in storage, storage is like a special area for items that you can't access. It's just like, putting them in a closet. And then we can pull them out of there at any time and put them into another room. So if you search in the captain's room and the card is in storage, then the card gets moved to the scene and it prints out the text. You find a plastic card taped under the desk. So, the check to make sure it's in storage is just, if you had already taken it, you don't want to repeat this text and have it move into the room as though you had never found it before. So each scene has its own code, and then we also have global code, which is generally like the default template comes with a lot of just like messages that are going to display if you type a command that doesn't have a particular use in the room you're in. Like if we were in a different room that didn't handle the search command, it would print "you find nothing unusual." And then this just checks for a bunch of different commands and prints out a, "you can't do that" option that's appropriate. Catch up on chat a little here. This came out in 1995. Perhaps that is why the README mentioned Mac OS 3. Perhaps it means System 3 or something. Yeah, it was called System up until what? 7.5?
That's what Edenwood said.
Oh, you said that. I should have read the rest of your message instead of trying to think of it myself. But yeah, that matches my memory as well. Does the documentation show their scripting language? Yes, I will talk a little bit more about that in a bit. So we also have a list of characters. In this example, we have a robot, a space monster, and Commander Bob. Commander Bob is our player character. Starts out in suspended animation. Yeah, so here is the player character. You can select no or yes. And then you have inventory limit. When the character is used up or dead, basically, you can decide where they go to. If you move the main character to storage, that is basically your game over scenario, and the game will handle that automatically and make you restore a game or whatever.
Used up is interesting language.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just trying to be, generic.
Like if you are done with this character.
Right. And then we have, I forgot to show, I think we just double click here. So if we double click on a room, we get the design or the graphic area, as well as the text area. These windows can be resized, and like the sizes are retained for each room, which is kind of neat. Probably won't mess with that too much for the most part, but for example, I want to do a credits screen that lists everybody that participated. So for that, I'm sure we'll make the text window a little bit bigger so we can fit everyone in there. So this is pretty much just a static image. You can modify things, like you can shrink things. Can change shapes around and stuff. And then, of course, you can change your text here. And that is just like what you're going to see initially. And then any objects and characters that are in the room will get overlaid on top of this. If you print anything in response to actions in the room, that'll show up in the below the scene text. Don't want to save that. And then back to the character list. Here as well, we have a design. Nice little robot guy. And then our character data. So an interesting thing that I realized very quickly as I was playing around with this last weekend is that obviously you have your player character. That's pretty much mandatory. For your other characters, any character you create is basically an enemy. Mm-hmm. There's no checkbox to say, friend or foe. It's all enemies. So it was kind of funny because, you know, I realized, oh, if we want to create like a friendly NPC, we should make them an object instead.
Oh.
And then we just write our own scripts to determine how we interact with them.
Fascinating.
And then I was poking around in Ray Denikin's documentation and stuff to see how he did things in his own games, and he came to the same conclusion that is absolutely the way to approach it. Also, as you may have seen if you watched the Enchanted Scepter streams, the combat is not great. It's very repetitive. It's not very interesting. So, you know, we might occasionally want to have a character that is, you know, added as a normal character and just does some normal combat, but we probably won't do much of that, and maybe not at all. We shall see. But you do have, you can set the hit points, armor, all this various stats. You can decide how likely it is to follow you. The robot will apparently always reject anything you try to offer. You can have sounds that play at specific times. Dying sound is fun. You can decide the different types of attacks they have. All the robot knows how to do is snap its pinchers, apparently. So yeah, got lots of different stuff that can be handled automatically if that's what you want to do. So everyone hates the player. Let's name the main character Chris, and this game can be named Everybody Hates Chris. So then we have objects, which can really kind of be anything. You know, obviously they're meant to... Excuse me. Let's see, let's open up... So they have built in a lot of different object types you can add. And there's specific functionality for each of these types. You have a regular weapon, which, you know, would be something you are, hitting an enemy with. There's a throw weapon, which would be something that you throw it, and then, at the end of the attack, that weapon is on the ground instead of still in your inventory. A magical object, a helmet. They have in the Enchanted Scepters, they had various types of armor that protected different parts of your body. So helmet, shield, chest armor, spiritual armor. And then we have a mobile object, which is like a generic thing you can pick up, or even an enemy could pick up, or an immobile object. Which would be something that just stays put. You could, using scripting, move it to a different place, but characters won't be able to pick it up. So that's nice for creating like an interactive object in the room. The game can... you can easily write a script that runs if you click on that object. And then you could even like swap it out for a different object. So like say you wanted to have a refrigerator you can open. You could have a closed refrigerator. You click on it. It swaps it out for the open refrigerator. You could even have an item that is like overlaid on top of that, so you can take something out of the fridge. And then if you want to, you can just have a generic message that prints if you click on it. I think if you have like... Yeah, so if you select a different type of object, you get different options on the following screens.
So if we want to do a dog that can be petted,
yes,
it would have to be an object?
I think probably what we would do with that, unless we wanted the dog to endlessly attack you, which is probably not the case, we would make the dog an immobile object.
Can you have a thing attack you for no damage?
Yes.
So
I believe so.
So we could have like a very enthusiastic dog that just keeps jumping up on you.
Sure. It's a possibility. You could also do something like...
Can the dog pet you? That's also a very good question.
That's a great question. Yeah, I mean, like, I love the way y'all are thinking here. Let's open up the robot. Character data. So, like here, we have your different attacks. So we could have, I'm trying to think of how this text would come out. But, we could have, the verb is pet or whatever. And then we could set the damage to, I'm assuming that's none. We could also, go very, very small if you want to have something do just a tiny, insignificant amount of damage that will add up over time. One thing I was going to say was, if you wanted to have a dog that is friendly, it could start out as an immobile object. And then if you do something mean to the dog, you could actually swap out the immobile object and bring in an enemy dog character to replace it. And then the dog could, bite you or something. Just to, again, give you an idea of things we could do that are maybe not super obvious. Hello, Furkung. Good to see you. You have died of pets. Yes, that would be unfortunate, but not a bad way to go, I suppose. So here they have closed airlock and then an open airlock, and that's a case where, you're opening an item and then it swaps out a different item to replace it, so you can, see that visual change. Helmet you can find and wear, a card, and a laser. And then we have our sound list. This game just has some door sounds. And again, you can have, we'll do all our sounds through that external library that I showed a bit ago. Again, there's a list of sounds on the website. So we can choose from all those sounds. If you do the redemption, I will play them so you can hear what they sound like. Also, most of them you can kind of guess what they would be just from their name. Hey, Robots Friend, good to see you. Oh yes, world building time. 6-7 said, I remember using HyperCard Ask and Answer. I haven't, HyperTalk was the language in that, right? I haven't thought about that language in a long, long time. I spent a lot of time in HyperCard and then SuperCard. And then I probably spent the most time in Director. At least doing stuff that was slightly more advanced, and I was getting to an age where I could actually create something that was somewhat usable in some way, even if I never quite finished it. Director used a language called Lingo. Door opening. Well, I got that right here. There you go. The ones in the sound library we'll be using are the same, open and close. What's that?
That was the opening sound that you were playing?
Yeah.
What does closing sound like?
This one's close.
Oh.
That's
fascinating.
Freebie.
Huh. They both sound like closing to me.
N.L. Morrison, welcome. How strange is this game? This is basically a system for creating games. We're right now looking at a little demo world that it comes with. Actually, since we're talking about it, let's go ahead and open this up. Now that we've looked at like the items and stuff. See, I gotta open another folder because that came with the older version. So you start out here in suspended animation. We can go north or east. There's a garden. Go north again. View deck. Let's go east from here. The captain's room. So we learned looking at the code that we can search in the captain's room and find a card, right? So we'll go ahead and search here, and there's that card. The card is covered with numbers, so it sounds like a key card, right? So I think we can, use card probably. There we go. And there's that door opening sound. And then it's on the east wall, so we can go east, and we're in the computer room, which I think is the same computer that was at the end of Enchanted Scepters. It's at least very similar. Where can we go here? North. Engine room. North again. Oh! There was a space monster, but it's run away. Let's see if we can chase it. Oh, no. Oh, we found a helmet. The space monster keeps running away. East, I guess. Well, it got away. Zizzy, great to see you. Finally get to follow you live, sucker. Well, I'm glad. I hope you are doing well. Can you give a shout out to Zizzy?
Yes. I love this energy.
Game about a giant robot underground cave colossus. Ooh, that sounds very exciting. So that's, I think, a good little introduction to World Builder and the kinds of things we can create in it. Let's see. I did have some other things. These are mostly notes for myself, but I'm going to say them all out loud, just so I hopefully don't forget them. I already talked about how we're going to make most characters using objects so that they're not constantly attacking us. Oh, another nice thing there. In the character options, you might have noticed that we have some limited gender options. We just have he, she, and it. So the nice thing is if we're creating characters using objects, we don't have to worry about the limitation there. We could have like a non-binary character or whatever. That's just because, you know, it's when you have a character you're fighting, it's printing a lot of text out. You know, that it's creating itself using the little bits you filled in and stuff. Print commands need to be 1 or 2 sentences each. There's some like weird character limit there. Oh, right. Variables is a really interesting one. So the variables we have to choose from are A1 through Z9. That's what we have to work with. We can't use names that would be easy for us to remember what they are. Also, they can only store numbers. So I'm going to have to make notes about what any variables we create are. Like, again, say we have a character we want to interact with. You know, they need to remember what we've talked about, right? Or at least remember that we've talked to them once already. So we might have a variable that you know, keeps track of how many times we've talked to them so they can say something new each time, for example. So I have my notebook. I will keep track of all the variables we use and what they mean. Also, you might have noticed in the README, it said to not use variable B2. It's bad. It's cursed. I don't know. And then elsewhere in the documentation, they talk about don't use B4, which I think one of them must have been a typo. But regardless, we're going to stay away from B2 and B4. We might just avoid the Bs altogether, just to be on the safe side. Forbidden variable. Yeah, my best guess is that originally this was like a 24-bit program, and then all the Mac stuff shifted to 32-bit, and they kind of did some hacks to the program to update it, and my best guess is that something with that caused some weirdness with one or both of those variables, but I'm purely guessing on that. I have no idea. It's possible it's some weird bug that, you know, never got fixed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would love to hear, like, the story behind why you can never use these variables.
Yeah.
But it's entirely possible that the story is we just don't know.
The way the documentation puts it is that they're, like, unreliable. Mm. So, you know, the value might reset unexpectedly or something like that.
Wild.
Just catching up on chat here. Let's see. I mentioned already... we have a little about screen here. Originally, I thought, we have all this space so we can put everybody's name in there. No, you can't use all this space. You can use like a couple lines worth. So like I was saying earlier, we will create a room that is like the credits room, and then we can have a ton of text. Speaking of which, let's see, we had some limits in the manual. Here we go. So the game can be up to 16 megabytes. The sound library can also be up to 16 megabytes. We can have up to 2,500 scenes, or 50 by 50. I don't think we'll get quite that high on any of those things. We have a maximum of 32,767 characters, which is wild. Same limit for objects and sounds.
Characters as in NPCs?
Yes,
or
NPCs.
As in okay. Huh.
Item names can be up to 255 characters, which is quite long. We'll probably want to stay well under that, especially because anytime we need to reference an item in code, we need to type its full name.
Is that thunder?
Yeah.
Cool.
So hopefully the power doesn't go out at some point. The paper is a very nice, lovely yellowed color. Let's see. Design size, 20,480 bytes of graphics per scene, character, or object design. The text, this is the one I've heard the most complaints about it. I doubt we'll have problems with it. But text is limited to 10,240 characters per scene text, which is the text box that describes the room you're in. Scene code, which is your code that's specific to the room you're in, or global code per game. And the global code, I think, is the biggest concern there if you're trying to create something advanced, because that's where you handle something that can happen in any room. For us, I don't think that's an issue, but for more advanced games that were made in this, it got to be kind of a tricky thing because, that's a lot of characters, but if you have to, have all your code for your entire game within that, it could become a problem. So, I was reading about Ray Dunnigan's, some of his games. He would figure out a creative way to design an area. So, you couldn't take an object out of a certain set of rooms or whatever. So you had to solve the puzzle in that area just as a way to, have that code in a scene instead of in the global code. Text in data dialogues, 200 characters per field. So that's text that prints automatically if you click on something. Sound size, 65,536 bytes uncompressed. And now I already forgot why I went looking in this in the first place. I'm looking in chat, hoping it'll remind me.
I also... You were talking about... I don't know. I lost it also.
It's fine.
Did you see 6-7's suggestion? We could go meta and have the story be Robust Fixer getting ready for a colossal speedrun stream, needing to make tea, draw maps, etc.
That would be pretty funny. Some other things I want to talk about. We can use Mac Paint. I'll talk about that more when we get to it. But we have a bunch of drawing tools we can use in World Builder. If we want to do some more advanced things, like if we need to put text in the graphic area, it doesn't have any text tools for the graphic area specifically. So if we wanted, like a sign or something, we can create that in Mac Paint, plop it in the scrapbook, and bring it over to World Builder. Also, a fun challenge I've given myself, we are using System 6. System 6 only runs one application at a time, so we'll have to quit World Builder, open Mac Paint. We'll have to make full use of the scrapbook, which is a little desk accessory here. This is kind of an early way of dealing with the problems of only running one app at a time. So you have these little utilities that you can open along with an application. So we can store things in here and then move them between apps that way. I think that's kind of everything I wanted to go over. I'm just looking at my notes here. So that leaves us with what is going to be our first room. So now's the time to drop your suggestions in chat. I think what we're going to do here is I will pick, I believe polls are limited to 5 options on Twitch. So I will pick 5 options. I will try to give us a variety of choices, and then we will all vote and I'll get to work making that room, and then we'll just go from there.
There are 5 possible responses in a poll.
Good evening, Cosmic Void. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Does that manual have that great musty old book smell? A little bit. It's not bad. It's like, it's just the right amount. If it's a little too strong, then I'm like, no, that's not good. That's gonna make my allergies do things I don't enjoy. But it's got just the right amount. I'm not seeing the suggestions. I will say I do not have a backup plan if y'all don't give me suggestions. I was originally going to think of like a really vague outline for a game. And then, that would give me something to fall back on if, maybe nobody shows up and I just need to make this all myself. Or, if we ever, don't have enough suggestions, I'll have, kind of a reference point for something to fall back on. So, well, genre is so like, we could say that we're starting out, for example, in the engine room of a spaceship. Or outside of a spooky old mansion, or at the bottom of a well. I'm just trying to think of anything I can come up with, something like that. So my thought here is we'll start out with the starting room, and you can kind of suggest a genre with that, but then we'll all have a chance to kind of shape things as we go. So, as we've gotten a few rooms, some objects and stuff, hopefully we can have a better idea of what kind of game we're making here.
Got a couple votes for escape room style already. That sounds kind of fun. Escape
room style. Can you be more specific? That is a fine.
You're in a room and you have to escape it.
Right, but like, what is the room we're starting out in? Ray Dunnican, at least one of his games is very much that kind of style, which seems pretty neat. It gives, a lot of options to play around and not feel like constrained too much.
We got Mousimus suggesting post-apocalyptic abandoned supermarket.
Okay.
Valis suggests entryway of a haunted house. Salt Ranger has bus stop in purgatory.
Nice.
6-7 says you're trapped in an unfinished world builder demo trying to reach the exit. These are all very good options. He is creating a poll.
Yes. Travel back in time to prevent CUC from buying Sierra. Oh no. Okay, so I'm entering some options in here. Abandoned supermarket.
I feel like escape room is too broad to...
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just kind of penciling that in for now.
Sure.
Again, if everyone likes a vague suggestion, we can just kind of fill in the details, or I can, make up details myself if necessary. Bus stop in purgatory. Entryway of haunted house.
I kind of feel like any of these locations could theoretically be an escape room setting.
Yes, that is a good point. An abandoned supermarket which has been slated for destruction and you must escape. Let's see. So I have escape room. Again, Mousimus, if you want to be any more specific, not required, but Furkung agreed with escape room. Oh, I see. Mousimus said starting in a post-apocalyptic abandoned supermarket. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My mistake.
So yeah, like escape room would be the genre, and then these locations could potentially be the starting place.
We have a strict character limit here, so I'll just say abandoned supermarket. Edenwaith, if or who was the original? Was that a 6-7? Yes. If you want to get your time travel scenario in, you need to give me a starting room. Escape from World Mart. We have room for one more, which could be our video game office. We'll call it. We probably won't literally make a Sierra and CUC game, but we could use that as our idea for shaping the gameplay.
Abandoned Supermarket and Escape from World Mart feel like they're kind of the same thing.
Okay.
So I don't know if that was being offered as a additional suggestion, just kind of like refining the original.
Okay. So now I have 4 suggestions here. I prefer doing your streaming room instead of the time traveling one anyway. Okay. Streaming room. Yes, I'm doubling down. Thank you for clarifying. Okay. Should we allow additional votes?
Oh, using channel points?
Also, how long should we give? Let's do 3 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like 3 minutes is a good length.
Yosemite Online. All right, we got 4 starting suggestions here. Did you have anything you want to suggest?
No, I do not at this time.
Okay. Here we go. We're doing it. Get your votes in, and then I will start creating this room. I am going to go ahead and start doing some initial stuff here. So the way World Builder works, we have this world template, which is actually like an application. And I was a little confused at first because if you open World Builder and try to open a file, it won't let you open the world template. But that's because you're expected to duplicate it. So we make a copy. And then we'll just name this Untitled Game for now. And then we'll open up World Builder. And there's our Untitled Game. And we just have this blank set of windows to start with. So.
The vote.
Ooh, this is very exciting here.
We currently have a 3-way tie. And I almost feel like if that doesn't resolve itself...
Are y'all doing this on purpose? It's a 4-way tie now.
I was about to say, if it ends in a 3-way tie, then maybe we should pick the one that has the least votes, and then y'all ruined it.
That's okay. Abandoned Supermarket has taken the lead. Oh, Bus Stop in Purgatory is tying up with it now.
Well, if we end up with a tie, we can do a tiebreaker poll.
Sure.
With the 2 or 3.
Also, probably for this, since this is gonna, give us a lot for shaping what our game is, we'll probably do a tiebreaker poll. But for less significant decisions, we can just decide.
Also, when you have a moment, there's
Hinton would like a random sound. Fantastic.
Random sound request.
So unfortunately, because of the way things work back on these ancient computers, we have to close our game to open the sound library. But that's okay. That might, when I get more into things, I might have to, say, okay, I'll wait till we need a little break and we'll play a bunch of sounds all at once. What's a good one? Owl hoot. Drums, boom, chopping.
Votes. Get them in now.
Let's do...
By the time you're hearing me say this, it's probably too late.
Sheep. There we go.
So, we have a two-way tie between abandoned supermarket and bus stop in Purgatory.
I hope you enjoyed your sheep hinting. Okay. We're going to have to do another poll then. I gotta be honest, I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get Entryway of Haunted House. That's what I was rooting for. Also, I did not vote, which I guess I could have.
Yeah, you could have been the tiebreaker.
Then we would have had like a three-way tie, I think. Okay, so we're going to do another poll between abandoned supermarket and bus stop in Purgatory. Excuse me while I try to make sense of this. I think I need to close the window.
Yes.
Okay. Abandoned supermarket. I'm doing
Weather
great at
report.
typing.
From here, it's raining a lot outside.
Bus stop in Purgatory.
Culinary suggests the bus stop could be in front of a haunted house in Purgatory.
Okay, we'll do another 3-minute.
Similarly, the abandoned supermarket could be nearby the haunted house.
True.
We could end up at a haunted house, is what I'm saying.
100%. I will do my best to steer things in that direction, but in the end, it's not up to me. Well, a little bit it is, but... A lot of supermarkets have haunted bus stops inside. Is that true?
Do a lot of supermarkets have any kind of bus stop inside?
This is exciting. We have, right now, a very big lead on bus stop in Purgatory. But that could change at any moment, I'm sure. Have I ever lied to you? No, I don't think you have. That's a good point. Okay, let's get back to kind of setting things up here. Close. Although I don't know there's that much else I can do until we have something to start with. One thing I was going to point out.
Bus stop in Purgatory has a comfortable lead at the moment, but we're about halfway down with the time.
Nice. I should go ahead and enter this. Library number 1. And then we have this option to disable the weapons menu. I was originally going to make that something we decide up front, but I think what I'll do is we'll wait and see if we end up adding anything that is combat, basically, at any point, then we will need to have the weapons menu available. Otherwise, we can turn it off at any time. I think Bus Stop in Purgatory is going to be the winner here, unless we get some serious last-minute votes. Obviously, I can change this at any moment, but I'm going to go ahead and get started and name this.
I'll let you know if anybody swoops in with 7 votes for Abandoned Supermarket at the last minute.
Actually, I think we're going to do lowercase.
Oh my god, weather, calm down.
It's doing so much weather out there.
It's being so dramatic. It's almost like it's spring or something.
Maybe we should we'll wait till this poll is completely done. Okay. I think we can call it now. We're starting at a bus stop in Purgatory.
Yes.
That's it.
That is the winner.
Wonderful.
There was one final vote in the final seconds,
Ooh.
but it was a final vote for Bus Stop in Purgatory.
Oh, exciting. Okay. So now I gotta think of what a bus stop looks like. I'll do my best.
Aren't they usually like a bench and a sign?
Yeah.
Maybe a shelter, a small shade of some kind.
So let's see. Who had the bus stop in Purgatory suggestion?
I believe... One moment. Also, I was going to ask, would you like me to keep track of people's suggestions?
That is a good point. I meant to talk about that at some point. If you are able to do that, that would be great. Otherwise, I can go through the VOD and write down, who suggested what for the credits.
Okay.
Mostly, I wanna have a list of basically everyone that has contributed in chat. We will put in the credits.
Salt Ranger suggested Bus Stop in Purgatory.
Okay. I don't think I ever said this out loud, but if at any time I pick your suggestion, you're welcome to suggest additional details. Other people can do this as well, but I think we'll give priority to the person that gave the suggestion. So if you want to offer any more details about how you're picturing this bus stop in Purgatory, you're welcome to do that, but you're not required to. I'm going to go ahead and Google image search bus stop just to give myself something to look at while I draw this little scene here. Oop, what did I just do? Okay, I like this. And I guess I'm picturing this like this photo I'm looking at is a very typical. It's just like a small metal structure. It's got a bench and a overhead area and some probably plexiglass walls around it. And then there's just a bunch of trees and buildings around it. But I'm picturing instead of trees, it's just kind of like a void, because we're in Purgatory.
Did you see 6-7's suggestion?
A bus schedule which contains a math clue for a future puzzle. All right, I like this. That's great.
Yeah, there's lots of flexibility with purgatory or purgation. I guess that's a word. I don't know. I'm not Catholic.
All right. So let's see how my drawing skills go here. So we have a variety of tools to choose from. We'll probably mostly use the polygon, which lets you just click to draw some shapes. I'm gonna try to do a decent job with this art, but I also want to, not spend a huge amount of time drawing every single thing. So I'll try to find a good middle ground. Hopefully we can get there. And then we can choose the fill and the pen to have different outline weights and patterns. Excuse me, we'll probably just do a black outline most of the time.
That's a very good question. Does the bus ever show up in Purgatory? It maybe doesn't, and maybe that's the point.
I think that makes the most sense, is that the bus does not show up.
Maybe this is getting ahead of ourselves, but maybe at the very last scene of the game.
Oh, the bus finally shows up.
Should show up, yeah.
I like this. I'm going to try to simplify this a little bit.
Oh, that's true. We could also have just gotten off the bus.
How does layering work here? Do we have... Oh, yeah, we have bring to front. Great. So we'll do a little bit lighter color for this side. Something like that. This is some very advanced software. I'm glad you think so. Let's see. I'm really struggling with how much detail to put in here. Also, I kind of feel like I need to do some guidelines.
I want you, as you are drawing this, to picture in your mind's eye the art from Enchanted Scepters. And hold yourself to that standard. What I'm trying to say is you don't need to finesse it too much.
Sure. I mean, that's kind of what I'm struggling with. Is, you know, I want it to look nice. I maybe should have, in retrospect, drawn this like straight on. That probably would have helped. But you know, I googled a reference photo and I got a nice angle, so that's what I'm going with.
Honestly.
So we're gonna make this a little bit lighter, and then I'm gonna try to figure out how to turn this into what I'm after here.
Don't make it look better than Enchanted Scepters. That's your challenge.
That's a
This is Purgatory. It should just be a bench with thorns you cannot sit on. Yeah, it should be just like full-on hostile architecture, right? It's got like anti-bird spikes on the seat and a bar across the middle.
Okay, so that's like a overhead light we got here. Oop. Oh no.
Oh no?
Can I not undo? Okay, it's fine. I moved it and then I regretted it and then I couldn't get it to move back exactly how it was. Okay, we're getting there. I'm just gonna try to add like a little bench in here now. And even though this isn't quite what I wanted to do, I think we'll call that like pretty good for our little bus stop area here.
Everyone chat is agreeing that this is a surprisingly luxurious bus stop compared to their real life, presumably non-purgatory bus stops.
Interesting. Did I make it too nice? Is that do you think that's a problem?
Edenred says, "Oh, a fancy bus stop. I'm lucky if my bus stop has a bench. Generally, it's just a signpost."
I guess like I live in an area where there's buses, but not like bus stops like this.
I'm not.
So my main reference for like when I try to visualize a bus stop is like a bigger city that I've visited.
You're picturing a bus stop at a place that has public transit infrastructure.
Right.
I'm not even sure where we live that they have buses anymore.
I'm pretty sure they still do.
I never see them.
Yeah. Exactly.
And like I'm pretty sure.
Had some graffiti and some barf, and it's an LA bus stop. We'll add some text talking about how gross it is.
Yeah.
Do we ever get any? Could we also be that we just got off the bus? Bus showing up later, also a good idea. I'm just looking back at Salt Rangers. If Salt Rangers suggested any additional details.
Yeah, Purgatory.
So we did have. We're going to add the bus schedule, which has a math clue for a future puzzle. We'll add that as an object when I'm done here.
A lot of folks were suggesting like various things to make the bus stop seem unpleasant because it is Purgatory. The Salt Ranger points out Purgatory doesn't have to equate suffering; it can just be a transitional space.
Right.
I joked earlier that I am not Catholic, which like that's not a joke. That's it's literally true. But my understanding is that Purgatory is not a place of punishment. It's just kind of like where you hang out for a while. If you are neither good enough to immediately go to heaven nor bad enough to immediately go to hell.
Add a bus stop. I'm trying to think of how to describe this. What did Culinary say? Add some graffiti and some barf. It's an LA bus stop.
Purgatory is eternal loitering.
We'll say it looks nice from a distance. as you look closer, you notice covered in graffiti. Is that right? Did I spell that right? We don't have spell check here, which is no spell check, no autocorrect. I used to be very good at typing and spelling, and then not anymore.
Yeah,
I think that's right, though.
Yeah. I checked this by typing the word graffiti myself with one F and two Fs, and two Fs is not getting wiggly lines under it. Oh, interesting. Purgatory is a waiting line. Your family can pray for you to advance you in the line. That's fascinating. I was never entirely clear on what was the method to get out of purgatory, basically.
Okay, so this is good enough. I'm trying really hard to resist the urge to put a little more detail in. Actually, I'm going to draw one more polygon here. I just want like a little bit of a bar along the backside here. And then I'll be happy enough. Okay. And then I want to draw like a little sign.
Yeah.
Actually, let's do...
we need a sign with like an incomprehensible bus schedule to really sell that this is a bus stop.
Yeah. Let's do just a rectangle for the post. Do a lighter fill for that. And then we'll do a polygon off of that for the sign. Perspective. Oh no. Let's not think about perspective too much. It's fine. Okay. And then I think I'm going to do like just a black or very dark rectangle in the background. Oops.
Perfect.
Send that to the back. Yeah, I think fully black is going to be better than that. There.
Beautiful.
That's pretty good. All right. So the text I put in says, "You're at a bus stop. It looks nice from a distance, but as you look closer, you notice it's covered in graffiti and the bench is covered in strange stains you don't care to examine further." I'm trying to think of what's a better word to change one of these covereds to.
The bench has strange stains.
Yeah. Oh yeah, one weird thing about this is the arrow keys don't work, which is going to take a lot of getting used to for me, especially when we get into writing a bit of code. Okay, so that's our starting scene, and then I'm gonna. Ooh, this is interesting. This could be a real challenge.
What's that?
I didn't think about this too much, but gosh, I wonder how other developers dealt with this. Like, you know, I want to put like a sign on this inside wall, right? Mm-hmm. But when I'm in the object view, I don't have the background as a reference. I wonder if I could like say copy this shape. Let's find out. Yes, we want to save. Yes. And then we'll create a new object. So we're going to call this, bus schedule. And let's see if I can, okay. Is that the right placement, I wonder? we'll just cross our fingers that it is. So this is the wall I want to put the sign on. Hopefully it's in the right spot. So I'm just going to draw another polygon on top of that.
For next time, would it be possible to start with the object you want and then draw a background around it?
I don't know that it makes that much difference.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking about it more, I also could have drawn the object in the scene and then copied it and pasted it into here so we could, see how it's going to look. But we'll do this, and then we'll check our work in the game, just see what it actually looks like, and go from there. That's fine. So we can delete that.
I'm a little bit confused about exactly what is happening here.
Oh, okay. Well, so I've created our room and then our item that's going to go in it.
Okay.
And we'll set up some things for the object data, I think is what we want. Yeah. So we're going to make this an immobile object. Probably not going to worry about value too much, especially since it's a mobile, but this is going to start in the bus stop room. Object name is not plural. We'll just fill this in for now, at least, just so we have something will happen when we click on it. It's a bus schedule. And then we can add code to do more with that. So now that we got that filled in, let's go ahead and open up the program and see how that looks. Oh, we didn't add a character. That's a problem.
That seems to be required.
Yes. Like I was saying earlier,
Untitled bus game.
I actually don't remember if I did say this earlier, but my thought for the main character is that, like the overall theme of the game, we don't necessarily have to decide that right now. We'll fill out our world a little bit, and then as we start to get a better picture of what we're creating here, then we can start to fill in more details, like who our character is exactly. So we're just going to name this person player for now. We'll open up the character data. We want them to start at the bus stop because that's our starting point. We won't worry about this stuff. Proper noun, no. Player character, yes. Our inventory limit is also an interesting thing we'll have to decide on at some point, but we'll just leave that as the default 32 for now. And when the character is used up, I guess we'll put them in storage. So if for some reason our character dies, they will go into storage, and that basically ends the game. We won't worry about these other stats now. Maybe not ever even. Again, that depends on whether we end up adding any combat at all. And another thing about combat is that we don't necessarily have to use the combat that the game gives us. We could have potentially combat that follows, our own rules that we program in. Like I saw looking at the documentation that Ray Dunnican put together, he thought that the built-in combat isn't that interesting. So if you do want to have combat, it's maybe more fun to do something more puzzle-based where you have to figure out a creative solution to deal with an enemy as opposed to just hit it until it dies. It worked.
Hooray!
There's our bus stop, and here's our schedule. It's a bus schedule. It all worked out. I feel like I've missed a lot of chat here. Culinary suggested maybe a little ground with some light dithering. Yeah, that might help. Yeah, I think I'll do that. That'll be nice. Oh, I also saw Culinary suggested smeared with strange stains. I think that's better. That's more upsetting. And that's obviously the intent here, so we'll go with that. Okay. So, what's next? For now, I won't change the settings that affect which way we can go. We'll kind of figure that out as we go. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what makes sense to do next. We could elaborate on the bus schedule more. Since the idea was that would give us some information related to a future puzzle, we could just wait until we're like, oh, here's a thing we can use the bus schedule for later in the game. So we could add another room now. What's a good area to have near a bus stop? Oh, and while we're thinking about that, I'll add some ground texture in here.
Are you talking about for additional rooms or just to flesh out this scene some more?
Yeah, just for areas next to the bus stop.
Okay.
Pen. Oh, I keep forgetting. If I change the pen while I'm not drawing something, that will change the defaults, which would be great because the current defaults are terrible. Let's see what one of these looks like. This might be too much, but we'll see what it looks like. Kind of a grass pattern. I wish
Hidden suggests library.
Library. Okay. So like the outside of a library. I like that.
So you are asking for adding details to the scene, not creating an additional scene nearby?
No, I am thinking about what other rooms are nearby.
Okay. I keep being confused about what exactly.
I just mean, if we're going into the next area adjacent to this, we don't want to be immediately inside of a library, right?
Oh,
we
right,
want to be outside the library looking at the entrance or something like that. I'm going to try to get a little fancy here and see if I can make this texture more subtle. I don't know if it'll work, but I'm going to try.
The library could be closed, but we can connect to its Wi-Fi from outside to solve a puzzle.
Oh, I like this.
Oh, I missed Robot's friend saying, library on one side, clearly haunted house on the other.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't love it, but it's pretty all right. It's kind of what I was going for. And really, that's probably the most we can ask for here. Oops. Now I've done it. I had the wrong thing selected. Is that the one I had before? Okay. Okay. So let's add another room. Which way do we want this to be? I think we'll put it over here. Library entrance. And since the library is closed, we will have north blocked off. For now, we'll leave the other directions open. So I think we'll assume that this north from here is blocked off as well. let me look up a reference here. Like, I'm picturing... I'm going to try to do this one more straight on, just so it's easier to deal with. I'm just trying to get a reference to help me visualize the specifics. Ooh, this one's great. It's like like 80s school building vibe. I wish it was a little more of a wide shot, but it'll do. Okay, so do we have a brick pattern? Oh yeah, we do. Great. I accidentally closed my text area. Is the house haunted if we're all ghosts? That's a great question. So I'm just going to do a rectangle for the main wall here. It keeps doing weird noises outside.
It's just thunder.
It seemed like weird thunder to me. Okay, so this reference photo I have, like, there's like random dark bricks, which I kind of love. I'm gonna draw in a few of those. Oh yeah, and one thing I haven't mentioned is yeah, like, that's perfect. We can also do bitmap graphics. So these are like vector graphics. So, you know, I'm just drawing shapes that are filled in. If we ever need to, we can add a bit box, which we might actually do for a sign here. What's the name of this library? Let's get some ideas for the name of the library.
Do you want me to make a... Well, I can't make a poll for taking suggestions. Never mind, that was a silly idea.
Y'all give some suggestions if you have any ideas, and we'll pick one. It doesn't have to be anything like, I don't know, funny or whatever. But it could be. So, like, we could do a bit box and...
Cedric County.
I'm trying to remember how this works. Okay. So in here we can, you know, draw pixel by pixel exactly what we want. Which obviously that's not what we want. I guess if we were trying to do some graffiti, that could work. And we can also, like I mentioned earlier, bring things in from MacPaint. Cormo Public Library. Is that a reference to something?
Did you hear my suggestion, which was definitely
I did hear yours. Graham Memorial Library. I like this one. That one's fantastic. Whoops. That one's my favorite so far. But I'm open to Cormo if maybe if I understood it. All right, that's good enough for now. Let's draw the door. There's a reference, but it doesn't mean anything. Okay. That is perfectly reasonable. Let's try giving a thicker outline on this. Is that? I don't think that's quite what I want.
Welcome back, 6-7.
Welcome back.
Would you like to think of a name for a library to add to the library name suggestion pile?
Are you doing a poll back there, or are we just gonna pick one?
I can do a poll if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm drawn, so we might as well do a poll while I'm drawn, right? So we've got Cormo Public Library, Graham Memorial Library. What was yours? Cedric Library?
Like Cedric County or something.
Cedric County Library. I like that.
I can't see chat anymore, so if any other suggestions come in, please let me know.
Salt Ranger says, I like Cormo. It's distinctive sounding. Memorial is kind of on theme, which is also good. True. I really wish this thing understood arrow keys. That would just make my life so much easier. Derek Zoolander Library for kids who can't read good.
I'm not going to be able to fit all of that in the poll, but I am going to put Derek Zoolander.
Okay.
We have room for one more poll option, if anybody wants to get a last-minute option in.
Y'all, it's very hard to, like, quickly draw things this way that look decent. Oh, I changed the wrong...
Okay, I have given what I feel is a sufficient pause, waiting for any further suggestions to come in, so I'm going to do this for another 3 minutes.
Sounds great.
As the default? Okay.
I'm going to experiment with weird patterns.
Have fun.
I think most of these patterns are too weird to be useful. Well, that might... Maybe I'd like it better if these windows were just black. So we just have a little bit less of a clash of patterns going on here.
We can do a tiebreaker if necessary.
Yes.
If we end up having an equal number of votes again.
Thank you, Val. How's the poll doing?
It is currently...
Ooh, we got a tie.
Yeah.
Y'all are into the King's Quest references. Approve.
Graham has pulled ahead slightly. We should just have as many libraries in the game as good names we come up with.
So let's see. Let's get some ground in here. I think we should maybe have a path leading up.
I feel that there should be some dinky little bushes.
Okay, I like that.
In front of the brick area. Chat can't see the reference image, but the reference image has like a rock garden.
Yeah.
So like where that big rock is, that should be a little dinky bush.
Okay. So I guess since we're right next to where we were before, I'll continue to have some of the same kind of grassy patterns going on here. And then I want to add like a little walkway.
6-7 has a very crucial suggestion for the library art.
Oh.
Don't forget the book depository slot with something jammed in it to find.
Oh, that's great. I love it.
Also, Hinton is throwing me a bone because my option is absolutely not going to win the poll. Cedric County could be the courthouse or school or town hall or something. Like, we're in Cedric County with a specially named library.
I decided I want this wall to go up more, and I hope I don't regret this. Okay. How did that work out? Oh, does the pattern? I wonder if the pattern doesn't really move with the object. Yeah, like the pattern is always aligned the same way. That's honestly kind of great. Graham Memorial Library, wonderful. Okay, so I'm gonna pause this for a moment, and we're gonna go into Mac Paint, and we're gonna make the sign that we'll put, I think, along the top here. So let's go ahead and close this. Definitely want to save. I hope I don't accidentally click no after I spent a lot of time drawing at some point. Mac Paint. Where did I put that? Utilities. There we go. Okay, so this is Mac Paint. This was made by Bill Atkinson, who also made HyperCard, I mentioned earlier. We got some nice font options. Let's take a look at the fonts we got here. Graham.
Somebody in chat
Memorial
earlier, like ages and ages
Library.
ago, and I don't remember who, was saying that the World Builder UI reminded them of HyperCard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I was saying, there are thank yous to Bill Atkinson in both Enchanted Scepters and World Builder. Also, like Bill Atkinson invented a lot of things you probably wouldn't think about. Like he invented double clicking, which is kind of wild to think about. Also, the menu bar. Also, the lasso selection tool. And the little pattern you get when you use that as well.
Did he come up with the name Marching Ants?
Yeah. Well, I guess I don't know for sure.
Okay.
But I mean, that's kind of what they've always been called.
Sure.
As far as I know. I had to delete that because
There's even a dithering technique called Atkinson, Edenwaith says.
Yes, correct. So the fonts we have, there's not a lot, as you can see. We'll make this nice and big. I think if we go above, well, that's actually probably too big already. But if we go any bigger, then it gets a little chunky. So the outline sizes are the ones that are going to look smoother. We have Chicago, which is definitely not made to work at this size. That one's really only good at 12 point. We have Courier, which might be a nice library sign. Maybe Courier Bold. And it looks a little not great, but...
We might be here all day, y'all. We have unlocked his special interest.
We have Geneva. I mean, we don't have that many to choose from, so I don't think it'll take that long. We can also do some fancy, like, maybe we want like a shadow kind of effect or something. Let's turn that off for now. Good old Helvetica. Actually, that might be the winner for me, honestly. That's pretty nice. Monaco is very much a, like, programming monospace font. Palatino's a nice one.
Let's see Palatino with, like a drop shadow or whatever you called it.
The shadow, yeah.
I don't like it as much.
The shadow effect is not ideal.
Yeah, I don't remember what font it was, but when you were showing the shadow effect before, I thought it looked like the mid-century, like, sign letters that you might see on the side of a building.
I don't remember what font I was on. Might have been Geneva.
Yeah, maybe.
I think I had bold on also. I'm thinking Helvetica. That's not bad. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
So now that I've done that, I'll probably want to redo it. I think we want to put this on a background color because, like, we're not going to get any transparency. But I don't think we want it on white. I think we want it on something darker. So let's draw a box that's... let's try this color. So we don't want it too big. It's really raining out there, y'all.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Okay, we can kind of solve this. It's a little trickier than I thought, but we can just use the old paint bucket. Is that pretty good? That at least seems pretty alright. What you think? And then we gotta get in these little areas here. Oh, I goofed. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hopefully that'll fit. It might be too wide, but I guess it's okay if it's cut off. So I'm going to copy this, and as mentioned earlier, we can paste this in the scrapbook. And also do a save just in case. Oh, I can't create a folder here. Okay. Let's go ahead and give us a folder for game stuff. Can y'all hear that rain? Okay, I hope this looks good. So now we can open up the scrapbook again, copy that out. It should already be on our clipboard still, but you know, if we had copied something else, we could still grab it from the scrapbook. We might have made it too big, but that's not bad. Should we line it up with the top of the doors? What's this line I'm getting? Oh. So if you're pasting in a big enough bitmap, it actually gets split into smaller chunks. Oh, and that's giving a weird line. That's interesting. I guess maybe I can't do anything about that. I'm surprised. Oh, we got rid of it. Okay. There we go. So now we need that book depository slot. I think we'll make that a separate object. But we'll draw it here like I was talking about earlier. Oh, you also wanted some bushes. Let's get some bushes in first.
Slightly more important, though, might be 6-7's suggestion of a book repository slot.
Yeah.
Or like a book return Dropbox kind of thing.
Right.
Into which you can wedge a key item.
I was just thinking I'd draw in the little bushes first.
Sure.
It just seems easier. I'm trying to think if we should do ovals or just some more polygons. I think more polygons will give us... can create slightly more natural bush shapes. All right, what's a good bush pattern? Does that look okay?
It needs to be more bushy.
More bushy.
Like, I can't think of the words. Like, here, look. It needs more. It needs to be more like this.
Okay.
I don't know what you would call that. Loopy? Wavy? That's not the right word.
I don't know if...
No. Like, the size of it was fine. It just needed to be more textured.
Oh,
Like
more texture.
The outline of it needed to have more bumps.
Okay. I get what you're saying now. I misunderstood your gestures.
Well, I can't think of words for what I'm trying to express.
Yeah. I get it. I don't know if this is going to come out well. I'm trying, I promise. How's that? I think it's worse.
Honestly, the patterns, the pattern against the brick, like, is acting like camouflage almost, and I cannot discern the shape of this bush.
Is it all too much?
Maybe.
I mean, here's the white fill, so you can see what the shape by itself is. It's not good.
No.
Apparently drawing a bush is the hardest part.
Yeah. like the best advice I can think of for what I am imagining is like pretend you are drawing a cloud, but it's a bush.
Right. Maybe I should be using the freehand tool. How's that? That's my final offer.
That looks much better.
Okay, good.
It's beautiful.
All right, do we want to go back to the previous pattern? We don't want the same as the grass. What's a good bush pattern?
That's
I feel like
pretty good,
that's
maybe,
decent. Yeah.
It's still doing the like optical camouflage effect against the brick.
Yeah, like it's a lot of texture, but I feel like we just kind of have to live with that to some degree.
Yeah.
Like if I was spending more time on it, I could figure out ways to like deal with that by, you know, adding in like, you know, shading to break up the bigger shapes more and stuff like that. But I don't think we want to spend the time on that. Oh, Kira Salash, good to see you. It's the Mario 1 style. Clouds equals bushes, but green. Exactly. Jabberwocky said, no, it is really windy here in DC. We have high wind advisory. Hope we're able to stay safe. My neighborhood public library, there's the book return depository and a COVID test return depository.
That's
interesting. I expect that to change in the coming months, unless public health repurposes the depository.
I assume that's for like statistical tracking.
I keep wanting to like save, but the only way we can save is to close what we're working on. And I'm especially nervous about this because it's stormy and sometimes our power does go out. We have most of our computer stuff on a UPS, but in our streaming setup, also, if you're not familiar with the UPS, that's uninterruptible power supply. So it's basically just a battery backup. The power outlet in here is too far from the computer, and we would need a UPS with a very long cord. I can't find any. It's a pain. Okay, so let's, like, I'm picturing just like a big, like, metal rectangle, like
a Dropbox.
The kind I'm thinking of have a part that like swings out, and then you drop your book in there.
Yeah.
Not like a generator, like it's basically just a big battery combined with a power strip. So you plug it into your wall, and then it's got a big battery in it that, you know, is kept charged up, and then you plug all your stuff into that, and then if it loses power, it runs off the battery. So your stuff keeps running, and generally they don't last a long time. The idea is you can use it a little bit if, you know, you have a brief power outage. Otherwise, it gives you time to shut things down safely.
My
round wreck? Let's try a round wreck. We haven't gotten any round wrecks in here so
I think
far.
it was my aunt, my great aunt. I went to stay with her one summer when I was a little kid, and the public library in her town, which was like this tiny, quaint little itty bitty town, the library's book return box outside was painted red, and the top of it was decorated to look like a cardinal. And it had painted on the side, "Return your library books," sings the cardinal.
This seemed like a decent size and placement. Is it too big? Y'all, I haven't been to a library in a long time.
Like it's basically, it's a mailbox, except you're not putting mail in it, you're putting books in it.
Right. It's a cute book return. Thank you. So I'm going to take that basic shape, and we're going to cut that, and we're going to put it into an object so that we have more control over interactions with it. Silver Streak, welcome. Great to see you. I hope you had a great stream.
I hope you saw Sonic the Hedgehog's murder.
Yes.
Tell us who did it.
Incredibly curious to hear more about that game. Honestly, I'm torn. I would like to watch your stream, but also I maybe want to just play it myself. I'll have to think about that.
That's why I was saying I don't want to know who killed him yet.
Yeah, but I would love to know what you thought of the game. Also, if anyone in chat is not following Silver Streak, he is a wonderful streamer, plays a lot of A lot of adventure games, but also a lot of interesting things that kind of overlap with my interests, but like diverge in a way. Like it's cool to see him playing stuff that is like similar to stuff that has caught my attention, but not quite the same.
Oh, Silver says we do not know who killed him yet.
Yeah, you were streaming with someone else. Silver, you should be able to do shout-outs since you're a VIP. So if you want to give your co-streamer a shout-out, please do. So let's add a little more detail. And for y'all coming in, I'm Robot Spacer. This is World Builder. It is a very old system for making point-and-click adventure games. I got my floppy disk here. I used this as a kid to goof around in. And I thought it'd be fun to make our own game with it on stream. It's very simplistic, but you can do a lot with it. And we have so far created a bus stop in Purgatory. We are now creating the outside of a library that's next to it. And we're just kind of gradually, along with everyone in chat, building up a game world and objects and stuff, and then hopefully we'll manage to eventually make some puzzles out of it and build a little adventure game. Cerulean Boo. She's rad and someone on hiatus from normal streaming, though. Oh, okay, nice. Yes, let's give this a name here. So this is our book depository? We'll just call it Book Drop.
Yeah,
then I don't have to remember how to spell...
Book Drop is fine.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to give this a little bit more detail.
So are you thinking that there's like a slot that you drop your books through, or is it like a handle that you pull to open a drawer?
So actually, let's add a little interactivity here. So I'm just going to draw a handle.
Okay.
And then that's how it's going to be initially. And then if you interact with it, we'll have it open. So then I'll have it kind of cracked open at the top. And then we'll maybe have something peeking out of it, or we'll maybe require the player to type look in or something. That might be more interesting. We could also maybe give a bit of text to suggest that there's something jammed in it. So let's start with that. I can't remember if we can duplicate. It doesn't look like. Maybe we could just copy and paste? Okay. Yeah, okay, so now we have a duplicate. And we'll name this... I'm not sure, I feel like Book Drop Open will just, because they'll be next to each other in the list that way. But I'm not sure if it's maybe going to use that text automatically. But we'll figure that out later if necessary. Okay, so this one, I'm just going to, this is tricky. This is where I would love to have arrow keys. So we're going to move that down, and then I'm going to try to draw another round rect that's right on top of this. But just a little bit shorter. That's pretty good. And then this back one will be black. And then we gotta send these to the back. Okay. Not perfect, but decent. I'll accept it. So we can close that. And then... we want to open the object data for this. This is going to be in a mobile object. What did we name that room?
Is it named library?
Library entrance? Yeah, okay. Oops. The name has to match, of course. No value.
When it says value of object, what does that mean?
Honestly,
Points, basically?
it means very little.
Okay.
If you carry an object that has value, the game will keep track of like how much you are holding.
Okay.
I think probably value is important if you're offering an item to an enemy. Like the game has
like monetary value?
if you watched my playthrough of Enchanted Scepters, maybe a couple times I tried to like offer an item to an enemy, or sometimes they would offer me an item. So I think if you offer an item to an enemy, its value might be important, like part of the calculation in determining whether the enemy accepts it. For our purposes, I don't think we're going to worry about that very much, especially like in a mobile object. You can't pick it up anyway, so it doesn't matter. So the book drop will start in the library entrance, and then our open book drop will be in storage. I think that's storage @ is the correct way to label that. I keep, like, it doesn't matter if I set the value, but I keep wanting to turn it all the way down. So now we'll add a little bit of code. And we'll open up the scene code. And I need to refresh my memory a little here, so I'm just going to go ahead and, whoops, that's the wrong scene. Look in the manual. So what I want to do is if the player clicks on the book depository, I think we'll open it. Or if they type open. The text parsing is a little tricky in this. You can check for exact input, or you can check for contains a certain word. So it's pretty limited, and we have to ourselves account for like all the different options. So if you really want to be accommodating to players, it's a bit of work. We probably won't worry about that too much, but we'll try to think about it a little. Okay, so here's an example where if you want to respond to someone clicking, you can say if click $ equals old hat. So in our case, we would have if click $ equals book drop. So and also the manual includes quotes around item names, but when I tried that myself, it did not work. I believe we need a then here, and I think we end with and if. I tried to use the arrow keys. So then what we want to do is move book drop to storage. I think I'm writing the correct code here. Obviously, I'll double check it. It also has a syntax checker. Like when we close this, it'll tell us if there's anything wrong. It's not the most helpful, but at least, lets you know something is not quite right. And then we want to move our book drop open to, there might be, I think there's a way to refer to the current room. It might be scene. Honestly, I wish I had a reference handy. Oh, also, this is a good time to mention, on my site, I added a bunch of links. There is a PDF copy of this manual online. If anyone is, just curious to learn more about this system or programming language or whatever. I wish we had just a quick reference section here, but I don't think we do. So I'm just kind of scanning through until I see what I'm looking for. Here's some examples of checking for text. So if you use two equal signs, then you're checking for an exact phrase. If you use a greater than sign, then that's not included. So in the example here, if the text does not include open strongbox, then it would be true. Or two greater than signs, as long as you don't type that phrase exactly. And then a single equal sign would be as long as it contains that word or phrase. Let's see. So we have loop, visits. Okay, scene. Scene at sign is how we can refer to the current scene. Obviously, I could have just typed library entrance, but I knew there was a way to refer the current scene, and that's a little bit easier. So I figured we'd do that. And then we'll want to print something. You open the book drop a couple of inches, and then it stops. There's something jammed inside. Okay, now we find out if I wrote the code correctly. Yes. Oh, there's a syntax error. Near the insertion point. Oh, is end if not right? This is scary. It is scary. But it'll be okay. Oh, it's just end. All right. You can also do exit, like if you have a bunch of things you're checking for, and like, you know, you've matched the command you're looking for, so you know you don't want to continue anymore. Oh, we should do an or here. Or text $, I think, equals open. We'll keep it simple for now. This is something we might want to change because, you know, someone might try open door to try to get in the library, and we don't necessarily want to open the book drop if they're referring to the door. But for now, we'll just do this just so we can see that things are working here. Okay, so that worked. So just to, I probably won't always do this when I write some code, but I will go over what we wrote here. So if click equals book drop, so that means if they have clicked on the book drop, or if the text equals open. In this case, we've used one equal sign, so that means if the text contains the word open. So you could type a whole paragraph and it just says open somewhere in it, and that will be fine in this case. So again, we might want to be more specific later, but for now it's fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to move the book drop, which is our starting closed book drop, to storage, which is just a closet that no one can see in. It's just our storage space. And then we're going to move the open book drop to the current scene. So that will swap out the one item for the other so we can see the visual difference in the two. Then we'll also print the text. You open the book drop a couple of inches and then it stops. There's something jammed inside. So now that we have that working, let's go check it out. And hopefully it'll work the way we expect. So here we are at our opening bus stop. You're at a bus stop. It looks nice from a distance, but as you look closer, you notice it's covered in graffiti and the bench is smeared with strange stains you don't care to examine further. One thing we'll want to do here is add some text to clarify where you can go. For now, we know that we can only go east, excuse me. Oh, we didn't add any description of the library, but
yeah.
Here we are at the library.
Jabberwocky also pointed out that the door looks more like a window, so it needs like a handle,
Ooh,
more obvious handle.
That's fair. But here's our book drop, so we can click on it, And it worked. You open the book drop a couple of inches, and then it stops. There's something jammed inside. So yeah, we'll go back and we'll polish things up a little more here. I agree that it does look more like a window, and we need some text.
I think just like a rectangle for like the kind of door. You know the kind of door I mean.
The candles?
Like it's got like a rectangle that you pull towards you to open.
Yeah.
Should be clear enough.
And then from here, we'll... I'm trying to think. I think we'll require the player to type a command to, like, reach inside the book drop. I like that. It was a little Silent Hill. You gotta reach in there.
Get your hand in
You can't. It's too dark to see. We can maybe add some responses for if you try to look in. But if you stick your hand in, you'll be able to get an item out of it. So we'll have to decide what that item is. So while I polish things up here, y'all can suggest what we might find inside. Things are pretty open at this point. This will certainly be an item we use for a puzzle, but that doesn't have to mean anything. The only other thing we have right now is that we wanted to use this bus schedule for something puzzle related, but it could be a completely different puzzle. So
all puzzles are currently theoretical.
Yes. Okay. Oh, you know what?
What?
I meant to add like a start screen, like a title screen.
Is that something that you need to add to begin with, or can you add it later?
We can do that at any time. Okay. It's just I suddenly thought of it because that was where I figured we would add our credits button, or we could even add our credits right on the start screen. Oh, I completely missed follow from Adna. Thank you for that, and welcome.
I would also like
Two help spots. We need a trouble spot next.
I would also like to point out that you've been live for over 2 hours.
This is true.
And you should maybe take a break.
Probably. Let me poke at this library a little bit more, and then I'll do that. How do we want to describe this library? You're standing outside a brick building.
We did
an
have
old brick building.
Previously, a suggestion for the library on one side of the bus stop and a clearly haunted house on the other side.
True.
So maybe
true.
the clearly haunted house could be our trouble spot.
Maybe.
And whatever's jammed in the library book return is something you need to get inside the haunted house. For some reason, I don't know. I don't know what a trouble spot is. Maybe.
I mean, you know, a puzzle that needs to be solved, basically. Sure. A thing in needing of a solution. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're standing outside an old brick building. There's a large...
Where'd the thing go? Where'd the book thing go?
Oh, it's a separate object.
Okay.
So we put that into the object artwork area.
I see.
And it's no longer here.
Gotcha.
I started out drawing it here so we could put it in the right position and then copied it into the other area.
I feel, and this is maybe a me thing, I feel like you're maybe being too wordy in your descriptions.
Oh my gosh.
Like, I don't know if that's is there like a text length limitation to be wary of or anything like that?
No. Well, I mean, there is a limit, but we have over 10,000 letters.
Okay.
For scene text.
Okay.
So
I can see that you are typing
we're nowhere near that.
large metal letters say library on them or something
Sure,
like
sure,
that.
sure.
Like, we can see that it says Graham Memorial Library.
Sure.
So writing in the description that it says library is redundant.
Okay. Thank you for your feedback. I mean,
And for that matter, I would say you are standing outside an old brick library instead of building.
Sure. There's a
yeah, you could.
How do you describe this type of door? I'm completely blanking.
Like a glass door.
But like it's got like two double doors, I guess is what I'm looking for.
Double doors, yeah. Yeah, add that's totally what I was thinking. Like spend your words describing the condition of the library rather than describing the fact that it is a library.
Right. And then we should probably mention the book drop. Mm-hmm. There's a book drop next. I'll say to the right of. That'll do. Okay, let's get some handles on here. I also think I want this gap in the middle to be wider. It looks too thin to make sense for, two doors.
Right.
This is so hard. Is there any way I can deselect? Yeah, I think all I can do, if my artwork area is full of shapes, the only way I can deselect everything is to click in the text area. All right. And so I'm going to draw a couple more rectangles for handles on the doors. We'll use the same fill color. And how would these be aligned exactly? Looks weird, is that? Oh, the reference photo I was using actually has sliding doors. Yeah, that's fine. That works. I don't spend too much time worrying about these doors. I'm happy with that. Thank you. Okay, so now we want to add a little more interactivity here. So let's close this and open up the code again. Actually, I should take that break, and then we'll come back and code the rest of this interaction. And this will start to get more complicated because now we need to, like if you type something like look in book drop or stick hand in book drop, we need to make sure that you've opened the book drop already. So we need to make sure that object book drop open is part of the scene before we accept that text. So we're going to have like some nested checks for different things and stuff. But when I get back in a few minutes, we will continue that. Okay. Let's write some more code. So this code we only want to run if the book drop is here. Need to double check. I think we can just use an equal sign to check if an object is in the scene. That seems right. Yeah, okay. So this block we're only going to do if book drop equals scene. Need a then. And then another end. And then we'll have if book drop open equals scene. Then end. Okay, so if the book drop is open, we want to check for if someone types look in. Let's see. So equal sign is if what they type contains that. I don't know if we can do like. Oh yeah, I think we need to do just a ton of nesting. So if they type look in, and then if they also type book or drop. So that gives a little bit of flexibility, so you can type something like, look in book deposit, or something like that, or just look in drop. Gives a little bit of flexibility, so you don't have to type a very exact phrase. I believe that will work as expected. So then we want to print. It's very dark inside. You can't see any. Well, maybe we want to give a suggestion that there's definitely something in there. You can see the outline of something jammed inside.
Indigo Gamer asks...
You might be able to reach it.
Indigo Gamer asks, is this a real Mac or emulated?
This is emulated. I'm using Mini VMac, which is a fantastic emulator for earlier Macintoshes. I do have...
running it on a modern Mac Studio.
True.
So, yes to both.
Correct, yes. But yeah, the older Mac is emulated. I do have an older Mac, a 128K Mac, original model that's been upgraded in the garage. At one point, I bought a new mouse for it on eBay because the one it had is just not working well anymore. I got the mouse. It was like a, correct style and everything, and much cleaner looking. And I was very excited. It worked beautifully. I played a little Dark Castle on it, and then the next time I tried to use it again, it just made a terrible beep. And then I put it away, and that was many years ago. And occasionally I spend some time watching a video about old Mac restoration and stuff like that. The other day I watched a video about someone, it was actually part of Marcintosh, which, if you're not familiar, that's kind of like it's kind of like Dossember except for Macs. If you search for hashtag Marcintosh on Mastodon or Twitter, you'll find lots of old posts from this month. But somebody had taken a few similar old Macs and opened them up and poked at their insides to, see what might need repair and stuff like that. And then I watched a little video about how to safely discharge a CRT of this type, because that's the big reason I have never cracked open my Macintosh to see if it would even be possible to repair it, because those things are dangerous. It sounds like a smaller CRT of the type that's in those Macintoshes would probably not kill you, but certainly discharging a CRT that hasn't been properly discharged, touching it where you shouldn't can definitely be fatal. So not having experience with that has always made me extremely apprehensive to even open it up. Have an iMac G4, the one that looks like a flower pot. Nice. Those are fantastic.
Did you mean for that to be a sound redemption, Indigo Gamer?
Oh.
That message. Would you like?
Yeah, if you
a specific sound.
If you pick a sound, if you go to robotspacer.tv and scroll down, you'll see a list of sounds. If you want to pick one, that's fine. Also, I can just play one at random. That's a ooh.
What?
I wonder if we have an open sound that would be good for the book drop opening.
Like a creak?
You did redeem a sound. Let's close this. Oh no, I've done a bad syntax somewhere. Oh, I didn't end all my if statements.
Oh.
There we go. We got it. All right, so let's close this.
There's a creak sound in the list. There's also a clink.
That'd be nice.
There's also a clink or a clank.
Okay, we'll try out a few. Hello, Maple Mystery. Great to see you.
There's also creak.2. There's at least 2 different creaks.
That's definitely not right.
No.
I just thought I'd try it just because it's, a metal sound. Oh, did I miss it?
Yeah. For some reason, creak.1 and creak.2 are not next to each other.
Yeah, I don't know what order they're in. That's more like a door creak.
Okay.
It's not the worst. Mm-hmm. We'll keep it in mind. Oh, also, we do need to keep track of what sounds we use.
Okay. This might be the first sound we have put into a scene. Hello, a Maple Mystery.
If y'all aren't following Maple Mystery, I definitely recommend it. Y'all should check out the Crimson Diamond game I'm very excited about that she is working on. It's very much inspired by the Colonel's Bequest. What else did you suggest? Let's see what... No, that's definitely not right.
Clink or clank? No. Okay. I mean, gate? What's gate? Eh?
That's a little too much, but I kind of like it. Like, it kind of works for, a metal thing that's creaking open and then is jammed.
Sure.
So I think we'll use that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to title this World Builder since we don't have a name for our game yet. And I'm going to make a list of sounds. And gate is our first one. I think the main reason they suggest making a list or keeping track of the sounds you use, it's more of a concern with an older computer. You want to go delete the ones you're not actually using in your game. But I will do that eventually since we're going to upload this online and keep the file size down. And there's probably tons in here that we will not use. Okay. Oops, I accidentally quit. We did not want to do that yet. Okay. So if you're just coming in, Maple Mystery and anyone else that might be here, we've created. We're starting out this game in a bus stop in Purgatory. So this is our opening scene, and we're currently working on this library that's next to it. You can't see it here, but we have a little book drop next to the door that you can open up, and there's something jammed inside it. And also, I don't think we've gotten any suggestions in chat for what might be jammed inside. So that is still an open question. If you can think of something,
I feel like we should figure out what the problem that needs to be solved is.
Okay, perhaps.
And then think of a thing that could solve that problem that could also get jammed into a library book drop.
That might make sense.
Yeah, 6-7 agrees. Leave it till you have a complication somewhere.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to it then. So we're setting up some interactivity here. Let's open up our code again. So we want this sound to play, this gate sound, when the book drop is opened. So I need to figure out how to do that. I actually completely forgot to look up how to play a sound through code. Oh, that's funny.
What?
I was wishing there was like a reference, and there totally is. So we just sound and then sound name. When I was flipping through it, I apparently completely missed that section. Sound gate. Okay. And then we have this code. Let's add a little bit more here. So if they type text contains reach, then maybe I should have done this backward or the other way around.
How did so?
Well, I can simplify a little here. If I first check if the text contains book or drop, then I can put my other two checks inside of that.
I see.
Oh, we also want to have, like, if they've typed looked in book drop, then we want to exit here instead of end. So that way, like, it's hard to think of anything that actually makes sense. But if you type, reach, look in, book drop, like, we don't want to have multiple responses print out at the same time. So if we recognize one command, we want to end at that point. In fact, we should probably exit up here as well, just to be on the safe side. I'm pretty sure the way I'm doing that is correct. So now we can put our check for reach inside here. So then this way, checking for book or drop first, I only have to check that once, as opposed to putting those checks inside each of these verb. So I'm checking for the noun, and then I'm checking for, okay, what's the verb they're using, to figure out how I want to respond to it. So then we're going to print, you slowly reach inside until you grasp a small object. We don't know what it is yet, so we'll just leave that kind of vague for now. And we'll come back and finish that later. But now let's test this out and make sure our sounds and our additional commands are working. Maybe it opens the haunted house. I like this idea. So again, we're starting at a bus stop. We have a schedule that we're going to use for a puzzle later. And we can go east from here. And we're outside the library. You're standing outside an old brick library. There's a double door entrance in front of you. It's completely dark beyond the glass panes of the doors. There's a book drop to the right of the doors.
Question.
Yes.
Do you want the mood of this library to simply be old or kind of creepy?
I'm going for definitely kind of creepy because, I mean, we're in purgatory.
Instead of old, maybe try dilapidated or some similar evocative word.
Yeah. It's very hard to stream and I'll also be creative, I'm finding. It's a combination of, I don't want to spend too much time like thinking of like really good ways to describe this, and then also like it's harder to do that in the first place, so it would take me a lot longer than normal. So yeah, like, you know, suggestions are totally fine. And there's definitely room for improvement.
Yeah, also, if anything, I'm a little bit worried about bringing stuff like that up because I don't want to like get us bogged down in any one scene.
Right.
So I guess we can always come back and punch things up later.
Right. Another thing I was thinking is, like, if this seems like something we want to keep doing, I might spend a little time off stream kind of polishing things up,
kind of
like improving the descriptions a little bit, you know, tweaking the artwork a little bit. I don't want to spend a huge amount of time off stream. Like, I don't have the time for that. Right. But, you know, certainly I can spend a little time on it.
Mostly I was just wondering, like it would maybe help not to spend a lot of time coming up with like the perfect creepy old words or whatever, but like keep in mind this is a creepy library, not simply an old library.
Right. All right, so let's click on this book drop and see if we can open it. Nice. I love that.
That is pretty good.
You open the book drop a couple of inches and then it stops. There's something jammed inside. One thing I noticed that some world builder developers do is print out like dashed lines, like, you know, this is our room description that was here initially, and then this is our new text that we've added in response to the interaction. And like, you know, a lot of developers will do like, you know, a bunch of periods in a row just to give you an obvious break.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which we might want to do that just to make it easier to keep track of things. So the way we set this up, like, we can't further click to interact. We need to look in book drop. It's very dark inside. You can see the outline of something jammed inside. You might be able to reach it. Reach in book drop. Oh, I must have goofed up. I got the response, you slowly reach inside until you grasp a small object. And then the game responded, what? So I think what happened there is I forgot to put an exit after that last command. Okay. So then it's going to the global code, which has, like, at the very end of the global code, if, like, nothing else has matched what you typed, it will just print out, like, what or huh? Like, I think it's got a few random things that it'll print out, which is also something we could change, but I don't know if we can do that much better. You know, we could be more specific, like, you know, I don't understand that, try again. Jammed must be a map. Ooh, interesting idea. Though I do also look like key to the spooky house. Okay, so that's our whole game so far. So let's get back into it. So I think we've already decided pretty much that we're gonna have a haunted house on the other side of the bus stop, to the west, I guess. Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
So let's create another room. Should we straight up label this haunted house, or should we... Like, we've decided collectively that it is haunted.
It is clearly haunted.
But I feel like we could think of a better name for it than, you know, just labeling it haunted house.
Foreboding Manor.
Specifically, we're going to be, like, at...
Totally normal house.
Totally normal house. All right.
What was the end of that sentence?
I'm sold on totally normal house.
I still want to know what the end of that sentence was.
Specifically, we're going to be, you know, again, outside the house. I think in this case, I like the idea of we're gonna go in the house. Also, it's funny that we've come back around to making this a haunted house game, but that's great. So let's see. I think for now, at least, this is something we can change at any time. Let's update our scene navigation a little bit. Scene data is what we want. So west is going to be blocked, south is going to be blocked, and I'm going to make north is going to be going inside the haunted house, the totally normal house. But since it's going to be a puzzle to get inside, we want that to be initially blocked off, and we'll basically have code that lets you get inside the house. So you'll only be able to go east from there automatically. Ooh, do we want any scene sounds? We could have a loon at the bus stop.
Yeah, I was gonna say there needs to be a loon somewhere.
Yeah. I was also thinking we could have like a bat sound outside the haunted house.
What does the bat sound like?
Close.
Okay.
The rat sound is 100% from Dark Castle. There's a lot of sounds in here. I think oof is also. Yeah. Which is great. I did quit again. Untitled game. At some point we need a name for this game. So let's update the directions here as well. Oh, I was going to do a funny thing. Let's see. How do I want to program this? Because of the way we've set up this scene where it's like there's like a dark void, I thought it'd be funny that if you go in a certain direction, you just kind of fall into the void and die. So that could maybe be south, but I'm trying to figure out how we want to set that up. Like, do you actually go somewhere and that happens? Or do we just have that blocked off and we handle it all in code? Let's, for now, we'll just block that off and we'll come back to that. Oh, no, east and south. Okay. We can obviously add more rooms to the outside area here, but we'll start with that for now, just to have everything contained. So I need to update the code here to get that exit in the right place. Yeah. So since I just had end here, it was then continuing to our global code that just checks for a bunch of commands and prints, you can't do that. Oh, interesting. I guess the what or huh response is just kind of programmed into World Builder. Like that's not actually part of the global code at all.
So just if it encounters input it doesn't understand, it just spits out what?
Yeah, like first it'll check your scene code, then it'll go to the global code, and then if it still hasn't found anything to respond to your input, then it'll give you that very generic response. We could, of course, add our own generic response at the end of the global code if we wanted to. Under the doormat in a duck. Perfect place for a key. Okay, so we got to draw this totally normal house now. I'm going to Google image search totally normal house. I'm very curious what this is going to bring up. Oh, God. Some of these are, in fact, pretty normal.
Are you wanting it to be visually obvious to the player as a haunted house that we are calling totally normal? Or do you want it to look like a nondescript regular house?
That's a great question I don't know the answer to. I think the important part is that it looks old. And I guess maybe a tiny bit spooky would be ideal.
Mm-hmm.
I've got this old house that today is describing. This looks like a totally normal house until you go inside.
Also, it looks a little bit like the house in the Colonel's Bequest. Like it's got the tall
I can kind of see that. It's like a smaller and tiny bit more modern version of that, I would say. Also, I'm too curious to see the inside of this. Oh wow, it's got all kinds of. Oh wow. Okay, I'm gonna share this in chat.
It's a maximalist house on the inside.
There's a lot going on in there. So the picture of the front there is my reference for the for what we're drawing here. So I'm just gonna draw like we'll be able to see like the door and some windows. I won't draw the whole house. Does it contain a cursed ruby that drives you insane? I mean, it could. Let's see. How do I want to start here? Do I have any good... Oh, bummer. It'd be great if there were some patterns that were just like the siding, just like lines, horizontal lines and nothing else.
Uh-huh.
But I guess if I want that, I would have to... We got vertical lines, but not horizontal. And yet they have scales.
What's that one?
Which one?
The one that you're currently pointed at.
This one here? I mean, that could maybe work. That might actually be pretty good. I'll start with that. This line is no good, though. All right, we still haven't gone in and told the player what directions they can go in. We'll want to do that at some point. I suppose that's the kind of thing I can fill in later if necessary. I'm trying to decide where the bottom of this should go exactly. Yeah, let's do that. Door. What's a good door pattern? Darkish, but not too dark. Let's see what this one looks like. Yeah, it's too samey. It's like the same, too close to the same overall shade of gray. Go darker, maybe. It's very hard to make this stuff look good when you're trying to do it quickly. Like if I was actually working in monochrome art like this and trying to, really spend the time to make it look great, I would probably use patterns somewhat sparingly. Like I think my favorite early Mac art tends to use just a lot of like nice shadowing. And definitely when there are patterns, more of like a natural dithering pattern than these, very, repeated dot patterns. Now that looks like, I was like, oh, maybe we should just make it black, but that looks like it's, open and it's just dark behind it or something. It doesn't really work the way I want it to. And let's make this a little bit narrower. Now you know why art on art streams takes forever. Yeah, I can't imagine doing the kind of streams you do, like this is manageable for me because I'm not that worried about what this looks like in the end. I think if I were working on something, I wanted to, eventually, sell or, I was going to say release, but, I am going to technically put this on my website. But, that's different than, publishing on, an actual like game store or whatever. But if I was working on something like that on stream, I think I don't know, I would just get too nervous and have a very hard time getting results that I'm happy with. Okay, let's, I guess I want to do a nice little, like, this reference has like a little bit of an arch over the door, which I like. So let's do something like that. And then I guess it's got some windows on the side, which also looks nice. So for those, we'll fill in black, so make it look nice and dark inside. I'm going to simplify a little bit over what they have. And just have these tall, skinny windows. Oh God, I would love to just nudge with the arrow keys. It's so hard to move something just 1 pixel. Okay, that's pretty good. And here's another thing, like, an oval would be great, but I just want half an oval. I guess I could do some complex overlapping, but I don't know if that's worth the trouble. Maybe I'll do this. And then, yeah, I can just use that as a guide. Okay. Hopefully this will come out okay. Let's just make it a little bit easier to get a consistent shape. And now we can delete that. It's pretty good. And I think I'll do some like kind of spokes coming out here. Can we just do a line? No. Okay. Fill. Yeah. Can you do like a flip? Oh, you can. Ha ha ha. Copy, paste, flip. Perfect. Now it's symmetrical. I'll just do another one in the middle. Huh. I guess... Oh, I accidentally moved the scene. Oh no. It's going to be misaligned. I guess I made this so skinny that it's invisible. It's very hard to tell what I'm doing here. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Love it. Now we need like some additional detail in the door area, I think. Let's see. The door handle would typically be on the right side, right? So let's do like a... maybe that's too rounded. That'll do. Yeah. Rectangle. Is it too big? The kind of handle I'm drawing is different from this reference photo, so... So just do a circular doorknob. I guess white? Maybe I should just do the same gray. That's fine. You can tell there's something there. That's all that really matters. It won't let me undo that. Okay, and then we want like a little keyhole, because we're going to have, this is going to be a puzzle how to unlock this door. So we want to have a visible keyhole. A little bit cartoony probably, since we're looking at this from a distance. But that's okay. Oh, this might be a good opportunity to make use of the bitmap drawing. Let's try that. Did that work? That's just... Huh. It's not working for some reason. Does it... Demanding something larger? Okay, that worked. And then we can move it into place when we're done. So... what does paint bits do? Oh, weird. We could draw like right in here. That's too small. We want to zoom. Okay. So then we can do... I don't love drawing in here, but this seems simple enough that I can put up with it. Definitely the drawing tools in Mac Paint are a little bit nicer than this. Oh no, no undo. Should we have that?
I mean, I feel
Out
like
a little?
general keyhole, a general old-fashioned keyhole wouldn't, yeah, it would just be shaped like
Should
that.
be like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Playing around with Acorn, but I don't see any fill patterns like these tools, just solid color fills. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of, a lot of them are kind of weird patterns. So for something more modern, I don't know how much sense it makes. curious. Is this going to be opaque? Oh, it's not. I'm surprised and impressed. That's great. So it's a little too big, but we can fix that. Let's kind of get it in place here. And we'll do some more editing. I'm mostly going to start over here. See what that looks like. Still kind of big, huh? Just make the whole thing a little bigger. I feel like I'm fussing with this too much, but also, like, if we're gonna make it a puzzle element, it seems like it should be somewhat visible. So the question is, do we find the key in the book drop, or is it are we gonna have more layers to this puzzle? I feel like maybe it should have more layers than that. Can we? No, I can't change that. That's interesting. So once I've set my bitmap box, it is a fixed size, I guess. This is so hard to position. Okay, I guess that'll do. We definitely need some more detail here, but let's put in a little text to describe what we're looking at. You're in front of a totally normal house. It's probably the most ordinary house you've ever seen. Front door is closed. Okay, so we need some more detail around the sides of this. Like, I guess we've already spent so much time on this entrance. I don't want to really spend time to draw in windows like I was going to, but let's put some columns next to it, and then like some bushes, and we'll get a pattern on the ground. So let's
Are you
do
standing
some
on a
rectangles. Sure.
There wouldn't be bushes on the porch.
I mean, yeah, I suppose. What's the best way to do this? Like, I want a nice oval shape at the bottom of this column. I guess working within the tools I have, I just gotta kind of fudge it a little. You're not gonna give me a preview while I'm dragging, huh? So we've got that. Obviously we don't want the upper line, but then we can put another rectangle that's just got the fill and no outline, and we can cover that up and pretend it's not there. Perfect. And we'll just take that, copy it, paste it, plop another one over here, and then it's I guess we want to flip that. Can we flip multiple things at once? Oh no, we can't. All right, I gotta fix it up. It's fine. In retrospect, I should have had it all visible on screen and then moved it off screen. There we go. Okay. Rectangle for the ground. Send it back. And what's a good fill? Perfect. Scales. Oh, wait, what? That looks different. Huh. That doesn't look like the preview at all. It's a completely different pattern. You could do waffles. Other type of scale. Okay, I'll quit goofing around. I think I'd kind of a light
waffle flooring.
light waffle flooring. This doesn't have the vibe I was going for, but I think it's good enough for now. Are there Doric or Ionic columns? I don't know the difference.
You know? I spent a not insignificant amount of my childhood education learning the difference between Doric and Ionic columns, and I don't know why. Why was that important?
Yeah, I feel like...
What difference did that make to me as a 4th grader or whatever?
Yeah. It's somehow got established as a thing to know about.
But why?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like a lot of education is that way.
I guess.
You should have done what I did and just lie about it. A valid option.
I'm just wondering, why was that even on the curriculum?
Yeah. Okay. So let's get a little interaction here. I guess we know we're eventually going to open this door, right? So I'm going to take a lot. Oh, this is going to be a pain. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to copy the whole door thing, and then we'll move this back in. And I'm going to close this. And then we'll create our normal door. And we'll paste that in. So there's our closed normal door. And then I'm going to come back here and we'll delete this stuff. And then this will fill in black. At least for now, that seems like a reasonable door open appearance. It'd certainly be nicer if we fill in a little detail or something, but I'll do it for now. So let's set up our door to be in the totally normal house scene. Actually, let's make this a very valuable door. And if it's clicked, we'll just say it's locked. Okay. If you have to open the column because it's a Doric column after all. Normal door when it's closed, tangent door when it's open. You pick it up and place it in your purse. We still don't have any items to pick up and place in our purse. We should fix that. How are we going to do this door puzzle?
Should we come up with a purpose for the
Don't
puzzle?
touch that. You don't know where it's been. Sorry, you were saying?
Should we figure out why you would want to open the door?
Ooh, yes. Let's think about that a little. So we started a bus stop in Purgatory.
Also, we haven't done a lot to establish that this is Purgatory.
That's true.
In the art or in the descriptions.
Yeah, like I talked about how I wanted this to be a dark void, but I don't know that I mentioned it all in the text. Okay, so let's add a like. I don't know that I want to say straight up like you're in purgatory,
Right.
but let's suggest it a little in our starting scene here. Beyond the bus stop is complete darkness. To the east is an old library. To the west is a totally normal house. Okay.
I would just say a house. Let the totally normal be a surprise when you get there.
Yes. I agree. I'm also wondering if maybe we should take a little bit of this and put it into like description if we look at the bus stop closer.
Okay.
Okay, so let's take out all this text here. We'll just say, it looks nice from a distance.
You only learn it's purgatory after 6 seasons.
So we'll save that. And then we'll open up the scene code. And if text $ equals look and text $ equals bus stop. So this way we can accept like look at bus stop, look in bus stop. That seems like good enough for now. We could certainly adjust this to make it more flexible later. We're just going to print this text I copied. As you look closer, you notice it's covered in graffiti and the bench is smeared with strange stains you don't care to examine further. And we also talked about putting some dashes. I kind of think that we maybe can't add like a return. Because when I looked at other games, they always had like this, complete line of periods to separate things. So actually, maybe what I'll do here is I'll copy this, cut it rather. Oh no. We'll just put some placeholder text there. We'll open up this, and then I'll paste this here so we can figure out exactly how many takes up a whole line. Perfect. Just occurred to me, I could probably just open the scene code without closing the other windows. Okay, and now I have, I would love to, create a function that I could call to, print out this line, but we can't do that here. We just have to copy and paste it anytime we want to use it. That's okay. It's fine. Of course, the fun comes in if we ever wanted to modify that, maybe we decide actually we want all of our text boxes to be a little bit wider, then we'd have to modify each one at a time. That would be when the real nightmare begins.
When
Okay.
you type in the command, it doesn't include the command in the text output, right? I'm just wondering what's the general purpose of the dashed lines?
Oh, okay. So now that I've dropped some in here, I'll go demonstrate that. I just noticed when I was, playing through what we had so far that it's kind of hard to see the obvious difference. So, here's our initial text here, and we want to do look at bus stop. So then we get a divider line to make it clear what the new output is.
Okay.
It's interesting that we got a blank line. Oh, interesting. now that I've done this, I'm realizing maybe the more confusing part is when we're printing something in response to a click. Because then I think you don't get any separation.
There's no indication of an interaction took place.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But it does show the text that you typed.
Hello, Kyle and Error. Just popping in to say, did you draw that bus stop yourself? I did. I did use reference, but I drew it myself one click at a time. We also have, we can show you our other scenes while you're here. We got a nice little library, which has a little bit of interaction. We can open up this book drop here. It makes that horrible sound because something is jammed inside. We haven't figured out yet what is jammed inside. We're going to create kind of a puzzle. So this is going to eventually lead to getting the key to this totally normal house. But we haven't figured out the in-between steps of our puzzle yet. Thank you. I can see that the window shifts just a little bit. Our totally normal house is like a pixel too high. I can fix that though. Let's see. Where is that info? Oh, align window. That's what I was looking for. I said a pixel too high, right? 32? 3214. 327, 332. Ooh. Oh, I went the wrong way. 34, 14, 328, 332. Okay, so 34, 328. This is not important, but it will bother me. Okay. Now they're all lined up correctly. Okay. Thank you. What now?
I have a follow-up question for you.
Yeah.
For that. How late you gonna go tonight?
That is a great question.
Because I am becoming sleepy.
That's reasonable. I definitely want to go a little bit longer, but I don't think I'll go too much longer, like maybe 12:30 at most.
Okay.
Also, you don't have to continue
Sure.
to hang out if you want to get in bed.
I just thought I would broach that question since this feels like possibly a natural stopping point.
Sure.
I know if you get onto something else that you could easily be here all night.
Sure. I would like to make a little more progress.
Yeah.
Like, I was definitely hoping to get a little bit more interaction put together. But, realistically, we've done pretty well. I just want to get a little bit more done. It would be cool if we could figure out more of this puzzle. Like, my thought is we don't want to just have the key in the book drop.
Right.
We want to have a level of indirection of this puzzle. So you find something that helps you get the key somewhere else. So where could the key be? We talked about putting a key under a doormat. Did we talk about that? I think somebody
said under a doormat, but also inside of a duck.
Yeah.
I'm guessing was a Gone Home reference.
Right.
It was unclear to me if the duck was supposed to be under the doormat.
I'm trying to think if there's anything like that. There's no way we can make a puzzle out of that I can think of, unless, I don't know, the doormat is glued down. We could have the key the best I'm coming up with is like the key is somewhere that we need to like fish it out of somewhere or something like that. maybe we need another room is the problem.
What would the room be?
I don't know. I could use another quick bathroom break. So I'm going to go take a bathroom break. And if y'all have any ideas for another room we can add, somewhere outside. So right now we start at the bus stop. We have totally normal house. We have library entrance. So it could be like off the side of either of those buildings. It could be another area like back from the bus stop. And try to think of like somewhere a key could be like hidden that requires an object to retrieve it. I'm being extremely general there because like we could do almost anything. It could be weird. It could be more straightforward. I'm open to whatever. But get your suggestions in the chat if you have any ideas, and then we'll sort that out when I get back in a minute. Okay, we got some great suggestions here. First of all, Hinton suggested key room, which is wonderful. I love it. Culinary suggested maybe we make the rooms first, then add puzzles to route the player through the place, which is a very reasonable suggestion. Robot's friend suggested Lock Beach, where the keys wash up, which is also great. Then Hinton said pot plant down the side of the house, alleyway, driveway, garden path. All good suggestions to build out our grounds out around the house. Culinary said, yeah, I think it might be better to think about the space first so the place ends up making sense. Sure, totally reasonable. But also, we are in purgatory, so if it's a little weird, that might make sense. Unsecret Crush likes the idea of greenhouse behind the totally normal house. I agree, that does sound very fun. And like that's an area where there could be lots of different places to hide things. 67 says town's ice skating rink and the key is frozen in the ice. That's fun. Culinary suggested toilet ghost. Does that count as a room? I do want to note that we do have a flush sound in our list of sound effects. So I think we'll definitely try to get a toilet in somewhere at some point. Robot's friend responded to 67's ice skating rink idea with library box contains book Fires, a how-to guide, which is great. I love the way that's coming together. 67 said, riffing off the greenhouse idea, the key is in the teeth of the sentient carnivorous plant that ate the last person who had the key. So then we would need some way to deal with the plant, I guess, or maybe something long to grab the key with safely. How about it's a steamy romance novel and it melts the ice? That's honestly, I kind of love that. Maple Mystery said these games have fast-moving critters all the time. A key tied to a rat or cat or roach or something. Ooh, that's interesting. How would we? I guess we would need like I don't know, a net or something. Which reminds me, I was going to put some bat sounds outside our totally normal house. Let's see, scene data. Bats. I think it's plural. And I tried the random option and it didn't seem to work great. So we're gonna do the frequency times per minute. So like once a minute seems like plenty. So let's try that. Let me close things and we'll test that real quick. Make sure it's working. Give a puzzle for mixing herbicide. You meet a Klefki Pokemon who becomes your companion and can unlock the door for you. I can't picture what a Klefki Pokemon looks like. I guess I can Google that real quick. Oh, okay, so it's like a key ring thing. That's a wild looking Pokemon. Wow. That does break my no one else's intellectual property rule though. There's our bat. Great. So we'll get that sound once a minute. Also, yes, our windows are aligned correctly now, which is good. So okay, so I think what we'll do here is we'll give more of the outside of the house to explore around. So I think if we go further west, we'll have like a path that goes around the house. And then from there, we can maybe go into the backyard where there's a greenhouse. Does that sound good? What sound can we justify playing at the max rate of 60 per second? I don't know that we can do that with any of them. Also, some of them are kind of long. I wonder what horrible things would happen if you made those play that often. Cave of Rats under back lawn who have stolen the key. Ooh, I kind of dig that. I gotta be honest. I was thinking about rats before stream. In Shadowgate, the rat and cat kept going by, and I never in either. Wait, were they even in the Nintendo version? Maybe they weren't. I can't remember. But I never figured out anything to do with them. And I'm assuming that's because there isn't anything you do with them. But I could be wrong. But that just made me kind of want to put a rat in this game. Or a mouse or something. So we have our normal door. What was I going to do? Oh, the path. Okay. So we're at the... I think they start your first room in like the top left corner. So we actually need to move things away from the top left corner here. Scrolling is a little bit fast. That's better. A mousetrap with cheese and honey so you can nab it for its shoes. Okay, so we're going to allow going west from here. And we're going to create a... every time I open that up when I mean to change the name first. Should just call this path. I'm trying to think of a better short name than just path. Let's just call it path. We can always tweak it later. So let's... Can't go south or west from here. Actually, while we're adding, like we've already talked about, do we want to have a side of the house, or should we just go straight into the? Should we just have the greenhouse right here? I guess we'll put the greenhouse right here unless we think of a reason to have something else between the two. So we'll block off all directions except south. I wonder if there's any good sounds we could use in the greenhouse. I can't think of what. Twisty little path. I like the reference there. Let's yeah, I was gonna say let's maybe just go with twisty path, but I like twisty little path. That's great. Twitsy. No, that's not quite what I meant. Twisty. All right. Let's fill in some text first. I'm trying to... You're on a twisty little path along the side of the house. The front of the house is to the east. North of here, the path leads toward a greenhouse. I'm very bad at typing on this keyboard. It's so different than my normal keyboard. Okay, so let's draw this path. So this is basically going to go around the corner of the house. So we want to have a little bit of house and then some of this pathway. Actually, let's go ahead and update this text as well. There's a small path leading off to the west. Bus stop is to the east. That'll do. Okay. Whoops. Cancel? No. What? No. I want both windows. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's see. What is this going to look like exactly? I guess I'll just start with some rectangles. What was the pattern we used? That one? Yeah. So we'll have just a little bit of the front. And then just trying to figure out what kind of angle I want here. I guess we can show a hint of the greenhouse in the distance. So let's do this. Oh, what pattern do we want here? That's not too bad. I'll start with that at least. Oh, that was a bad idea. No matter what I try, I keep goofing it up in some way. I should have just left it alone, probably. Oh, I see. Okay. So I got 2 points down there. Ha! Perfect. All right. Oh, that's crooked. Well, pretend we don't see that. Let's draw a little bit of our path. I feel like the polygon tool is probably better, but let's try the freehand tool. I haven't really used it at all, and this might be a good candidate for it. The tricky thing is it's hard to not goof up. Oof. Yeah, I don't know about this. It's not the worst thing. Ooh, yeah, that's so many points. I'm not a fan of that. I want something that's a little easier to tweak. Okay. That's pretty good. What's a good pattern for this? It's like a dirt path. I guess maybe we should put some ground pattern down first. Grass. Where should the horizon line be? hard to know when you're simply making up perspective. Let's try one of these grass patterns again. Well, I mean, I see these as grass patterns. Anyway. Yeah, sure. That's a little better contrast. And I think I want some bushes here. If anything, grass too realistic. Oh no.
Remember, think of clouds.
I'm trying. It's not going great. But I don't know. That's not the worst.
Can you add to this shape without completely redrawing it?
I mean, I can reshape it. Mm-hmm. I could put additional shapes on top of it.
Okay. It's fine.
What were you going to suggest?
Just making it more bush-like, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Finessing the bushes is like the least interesting thing about this scene.
Yeah. And so I have a lot of respect for people who made entire games with these tools. Yeah. For sure. I'm trying to think of like definitely the bits I've seen of Ray Dunnican's games seem like they were. Oh, you know what? I think you could actually Super Paint is a program that was also made by Silicon Beach Software. Much like Super Card was, their more advanced take on HyperCard, Super Paint was their more advanced take on Mac Paint. And I believe it had like vector drawing tools. So you could draw in there in, a dedicated drawing program and then paste your vector graphics into here. And I think I came across something that suggested that was what he did for at least some of his games. And then also, like we did a little bit of, you could use Mac Paint as well. I've seen some games that are like entirely bitmap graphics, which I think wasn't super common just because that takes up so much more space. But you can certainly get a lot more detail and more dramatic look with that approach. Good night, Salt Ranger. Thanks so much for hanging out. Have a good evening yourself. But yeah, definitely very impressive regardless. I mean, even just working within monochrome in any of the programs that were available at the time is certainly a challenge. Okay, so I wanna add the hint of a greenhouse back here. I guess first I'll add a dark rectangle, and we'll fill that with black. So that's the distance behind the greenhouse. What do I want the greenhouse itself to look like here? Rectangle. Fill with white for now. Excuse me. What the heck does a greenhouse look like? I need to Google greenhouse. It's like the way my brain works, at least, like you tell me to think of a greenhouse.
Yeah.
And I can like
picture a shed and make it see-through.
But yeah, what I'm trying to say is like, I can picture a greenhouse in my head. Uh-huh. But unless I've like looked at one recently, it's hard for me to translate like how actually do the lines go on that. Like, you know, it's really hard for me to go from my brain to you know, actually drawing it. Even though I feel like I know exactly what a greenhouse looks like, which is always kind of a weird experience for me.
Like, I would draw, like, the simplest child's rendition shape of a house, and then just draw slanted lines to indicate the reflectiveness of the glass on every single part of it.
Is that too big? Silver says, for me, think of an office drop ceiling, but made with glass and vertical. That's... combination of words does not make sense to my brain.
Yeah, that's a weird way of describing
an office drop ceiling. Oh, you just mean like the grid. Yeah. I get it.
I would make it so that we can see the top of the greenhouse. Unless it's just like really close to us or really, really big.
Okay. Yeah. So then I'm gonna want to have like a little bit of a
just a little
curve
bit of a peaked roof or a curve.
Maybe I'll start over and draw this shape from scratch. Now that we know roughly what we're doing here. Robot's friend said, in visual art, things always look different than you think they do. Exactly. This is fun here. Like, when it's showing me a preview of the line I'm drawing, it's like inverting the pixels underneath it. So if I'm drawing on top of a pattern, it's like, it's so hard to tell exactly what I'm doing. Like, is that straight? I don't know. I think this is straight. This looks straight to me now, but I'm definitely just guessing. Maybe for simplicity's sake, the ones that are showing up in Google Images have more of a curve to it, but I think we'll just do a straight, like, triangle kind of roof. Like, those are certainly pretty common for a greenhouse. At least like a, you know, a smaller home greenhouse. Yeah, I have no idea where exactly the cursor is right now. I don't know if this line is straight. Wow.
Nice.
Like, I was a little bit off here, but the lines I wanted to be straight are perfectly straight. Amazing. And it's almost symmetrical. Small shed greenhouse. Okay. Let's...
I don't know if this helps at all, but do you remember the greenhouse that was a prize on The Price is Right? I think it was yesterday.
No.
Okay. It was
I might not have seen that.
No, we talked about it.
Okay.
It looked like that one on the right.
On the right, this?
Row. Yeah, but it was a lot smaller.
Sorry, y'all can't see my Google image results. But smaller, yeah.
It was just like that. Like, that's the simplest type of greenhouse.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one that's...
It's literally a shed made of glass.
Yeah. Ooh, I kind of like this.
That's going to require more lines, I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's true. But I like it for, like, a reference point.
Okay.
The thing I'm kind of struggling with is how to fill this in.
Draw lines. Draw a line across.
Where
the edge of the roof meets the wall.
Sure.
Draw a straight line.
Yeah.
Draw a door, and then just draw a bunch of other lines.
Sure.
Just fill it with lines, man.
Thank you. I appreciate your help.
Do you? Am I helping?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I like that door placement. The path doesn't quite line up with it, and I'm curious what's going to happen here. Okay, good.
Yeah, it's fine. Looks normal.
Yeah.
Totally normal.
Totally normal house.
Totally normal twisty little path.
Exactly. Oh, I went too far. I can fix it.
Insert why can't I hold all these lines? Well, Mousimus asks, how to distinguish greenhouse from just a shed with a single bit? So
We gotta draw more lines.
So once we have the structural lines in place,
Yes.
then you gotta put in strategic filling in of black, and then reflective white lines, probably at a diagonal, just to clarify that, like, this is reflective glass lines.
Right.
I went to art school, y'all.
We both did.
This is me using my useless degree for once.
I did not graduate art school, but I went there for 4 whole years. So that's like pretty much the same. I guess if I'm being honest, it was if I had gone for 4 whole years, I would have graduated. So I went like 4 and I don't know. No, 3.85 years. And I had simply had enough of art school. I was done. How do I want this filled in? Like, I like your idea of doing like reflective diagonal lines, but like what should we fill in the glass with? Like, I feel like we want a dark, because like it's nighttime. Well, we're in a black void.
Right.
I guess more specifically.
You want to distinguish the glass from the void. In some way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're reflecting blackness, right? Like.
Okay. Yeah. There's no light source, is there? Well, how can we see anything if there's no light source?
Well, I mean, there's a light source. Like the house has lights.
Okay.
But like most of the area around this is dark, so I feel like the glass would be relatively dark.
Right, so better to see the reflective lines. I don't know how to, like, I'm thinking of this in terms of like absolute cartoon abstraction.
Uh-huh.
Where the lines are not representative, and yet they are. I can't think of the right words.
How do you feel about this so far?
This is a good base, and then you just
we need the diagonal lines on it.
You put the diagonal reflective lines on it.
I agree. Also, a thing I would love to be able to do is like, I mean, there's so many things I would love to be able to do in this drawing tool. I would love to be able to group shapes into a single object. I would love to be able to like lock things that I'm done with for now. I would love to be able to zoom in on an area I'm currently focusing on. There's so many things. But we don't have those, so that's okay. That's not what I was trying to do at all. Let's start over. Polygon. Let's get our correct fill in here. And we'll do no outline for these shapes. Again, it's very hard to see exactly what lines I'm drawing over a pattern area. Okay, there's one diagonal line. I don't know that it has quite the right effect yet, but we'll keep going and see how it turns out. I would love to be able to do, I would love to be able to simply draw a line and then give it a thickness. That's not an option. So how do you feel about that? Give it 10 or so years before they add all that. I mean, it took them 11 years to simply fix some issues so it's compatible with modern computers and improve the documentation.
Maybe
I think they simply accepted that if you want better drawing tools, you should use a different program.
I don't know.
The fill seems too dark. Oh, on the background pattern, we can try a lighter. Wait, what? Oh, that's the pen. Maybe? Maybe that works better. Yeah. And then we'll do more of them diagonals. Enchanted Scepters. Hey, check out this 2-polygon snake, Robot Spacer, and Unsugar Crush. We need the reflective lines.
Like, it doesn't need to be super detailed. It just needs to be like the cartoony depiction of this is glass.
Yeah. That snake, the snake and the little, what was it, a gold lion? Mm-hmm. Amazing art in that game.
Those were absolutely perfect, and I love them. They are dear and precious to me.
I bet someone spent a long time perfecting those.
I do think making the fill lighter has helped.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely the right move. So I feel like these reflective lines should continue down here, right?
Yeah, because it's all the same flat plane.
Yeah.
So it would be reflecting the light similarly. Like it's just broken up by the structure of the house.
Yeah. Oof. Again, would love to zoom in on this.
Simply bring your face closer to the screen.
Like that's kind of a mess, but it's fine, honestly.
Yeah, that's totally
I'm okay
fine.
with it.
Yeah. Like it doesn't need to line up super perfectly because that might just make it look weird.
Yeah. Should we just call it there?
I would do at least one on the
other pane.
Yeah.
Like maybe middle-ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think my favorite thing about the Enchanted Scepter's snake is that when it goes to sleep, its eyes just turn off. Its eyes are just gone. That's the best thing.
Okay. What should this door look like?
The door of a greenhouse would also be glass, most likely.
You're right, and that's it's a bummer.
I wouldn't worry about doing that necessarily. Like at this distance, I would just
just have the whole thing filled in.
Yeah, like leave the frame, like that, and then put like a little doorknob on it.
Sure. Okay. Oval. What even is that? Okay. Just fill that in black.
Why is it black when the rest of the structure is white though?
Okay, I'll make it white.
Like with it being the only thing black, it almost looks like a hole.
Yeah, you're right. This is better.
Yeah.
I'm trying to move the dang thing. I swear, every time I'm like, okay, yes, perfect. It's actually in the exact same spot. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Beautiful. Print it.
Dang. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna redraw it. I actually think that's easier. Slightly. Another thing I could do that I'm probably not considering enough. That's great, actually. Something I probably should do more often is give everything just white or black fill and then change to patterns later, just because That makes it easier to see when I'm drawing on top of it what I'm doing.
Oh my god.
Starting to look like a greenhouse. Yeah, we're getting there.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The Genshin Impact Twitter posted their April Fool's joke, and it's amazing.
Oh no. Oh, it is April Fool's now.
It is April Fool's now. I'm gonna drop this in the chat.
Please do.
Will maybe only make sense to like a handful of people in chat right now.
There's a YouTube video?
It's probably just like motion graphics and music over a still image.
That's great. Okay, so ooh. I was gonna consider just like copying this and then pasting it in our greenhouse screen. Actually, maybe our greenhouse screen should be inside the greenhouse. Like maybe we don't need a close up of the outside.
Oh yeah. Just go right in.
The question is, do we want the greenhouse to simply be open?
I didn't realize there was more than D-Luke.
67 says the Azure Lane April Fools is a giant mecha suit animated intro for the non-combat player character Commander.
They made kitty cat versions of D-Luke that I shared in the chat, because that was the one that I saw. Somebody posted it on a different Discord that I'm in. There's also Wanderer. They're all just labeled Meow, which is great.
I like an April Fool's joke that's just like, here's a funny thing. Like, it's obvious that it's not serious. It's just a goofy little thing, and like, especially if they put some effort into it, like that's great.
So there's Wanderer Meow, there's Shinobu Meow, there is Kuching Meow, and D-Luke Meow.
Nice.
I love it. I want them all.
Okay, so I'm going to copy this door, and we're going to make a greenhouse door object. Paste. Yes. And object data. So this is going to be on Twisty Little Path. It has none value. It is immobile. And we haven't yet decided if it's locked. I think maybe we'll just have it open. Openable, rather.
Yeah, I don't know that there's much point in locking a greenhouse.
I mean, I guess if you have a carnivorous plant inside it.
Well, sure, I was just saying, like, even if it's locked, you can just fucking break the window.
Sure.
Because it's all window.
But, like, I feel like that's a thing people do, is lock a thing.
Oh, sure.
I mean, you know, any house has windows you could just break. But, like, if you're breaking a window, it's going to make a lot of noise.
I was goofing.
And draw attention.
I was just goofing.
So since we have the door as a separate thing, this will actually be our open greenhouse, which I'm thinking is just kind of dark inside. I don't want it to be completely dark. Like that looks wrong. Trying to find the right. We'll go with that, and then I think we want an open door graphic here because it'll swing out. So let's draw that, and then I'll paste it into a separate object. How do I want this to look? I think I want it to look like this. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it'll do, I think. Still not sold on this. Yeah, maybe that's a little better. Okay. So let's plop this. Oops, that's not the shape I was trying to copy. Let's plop this into a separate object. Wow. Okay, now store open. Yes. And that will start out in storage. Don't know if that text is necessary. The greenhouse is locked, but not to prevent you from getting in. Ooh. Okay, so let's see. So we need to block off going north from here because the door is closed initially. Scene data north. And then we'll say the door is closed. I think that's the simplest thing to do. And then we'll write code to handle when the door is open. So let's open our scene code. So this is going to start with the closed door. And then if they click on the door, if click $ equals greenhouse door, or text $ contains open, just any open command, I think it's going to be fine. Exit, and then we'll print the door opens. And then we need to move greenhouse door to storage, and save myself a little typing here. Move greenhouse door open to scene. Ooh, could we maybe use a door open sound here? Or does that sound too much like a wooden door? We'll have to check
Maybe
our sound effects.
Maybe the frame of the greenhouse is wood.
Sure. Have we added duck to the move set yet? No, we have not. But we could. Let's I'll get to that in a second. Let's listen to our sounds here. That's not bad for greenhouse door opening.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Creek.1. I'm sold. Oh, I did quit again. Untitled game. We gotta give our game a name at some point. So let's see. Twisty little path. Scene code. So we're swapping the doors, and then we're playing sound. Creek.1, I think, is what it was. And let's add duck support to our game. So we're going to first add in the global code. We don't have any reason to duck yet. But we can add support for that command. If text $sign equals duck, then what do we want to say here?
Quack.
Quack. I mean, we're ducking down, right? It should simply reply quack. I mean, if y'all want it to say quack, we could do that.
I think that would be funnier.
Hinton, do you have any feedback on this? If you have alternative suggestions, I'm open to them. We'll leave it as quack for now. Okay, let's try out our latest changes here. So we have a door we can open now. Making pizza, sorry. No worries. Also, that sounds great. Okay, so we're going to go west. There's our little bat friend. So there's a small path leading off to the west. There's our twisty little path. You're on a twisty little path along the side of the house. The front of the house is to the east. North of here, the path leads toward a greenhouse. Let's go north. The door is closed. Open the door. The door opens. Nice. I like that. Nice little creak and everything.
What happens if you type north when the north room doesn't exist yet?
I've got a bug.
Uh-oh.
I can continue opening the door even after it's already open.
The infinitely opening door.
Actually, that's very interesting. The object I'm clicking on is not the same as... I guess the equal when you're referring to an object is the same as when you're referring to text that's been typed. Like one equal sign is checking for whether or not the object contains those words. You had a question and I got distracted by my bug.
I was just curious what happens if you try to go north when north doesn't exist yet.
I mean, we made a room, but I blocked off the path, so we have to actually add code
I see.
to handle once the door is open.
Okay. I was just curious about how that would work.
But that is an interesting question. Like, let's find out what happens here if I let us go south from the bus stop. And don't have a room there. I'm very curious how the game will deal with that. It'll probably just say you can't go that way. So we want to check if greenhouse door equals scene. I think that's what we did in the library. And then we want to handle if the greenhouse door open is here. Oops. Oh, I forgot the then. Gotta put your thens in. And so if the door is open, then we want to respond to trying to go north, or I guess at that point, clicking on the door. It's kind of interesting. I feel like most of the other games I've looked at don't let you click on an open door to go through it. Like either you can close it or it does nothing. I don't know that I like that convention though. You fall off the turtle. That does make sense. So if text equals contains north, then exits. So this is the first time we've done this. Instead of moving an object around, we need to move the player. I think player at is correct, to greenhouse. That should work, I think.
Close, not quit.
I wanted to quit
Okay.
because I want to try out if that worked.
Okay. I just...
Okay. First, let's try going south from here. You can't go south. Okay.
Okay.
So go west a couple times. If we try to go north, it says the door is closed. Door opens. Okay, so now, since we're checking to make sure the closed door is present, we can no longer... All right, we just have it open if we click on this door, which is fine. But now we should be able to go north. And then we're in the empty greenhouse. Hooray!
And we're in a blank void.
Yes. Oh, we can also duck. Quack. We still have fighting commands. I feel like we'll probably end up disabling those. There's a lot of built-in functionality like inventory. We can check on our status. Our character name is the player. Our experience is 0. Our wealth is 0. Our physical condition is very good. Our spiritual condition is very good.
Hey, what does experience do? I didn't pay attention to what that did in Enchanted Scepters. Ever level up?
No. I don't think experience or wealth ever did anything. And honestly, I wonder if you can even have code that responds to them in any way. Let's find out. Like, it almost seems like you do have access to various player stats. We still haven't used any variables. I'm kind of surprised by that. But we haven't gotten too advanced with our scripting yet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think you can check your wealth or experience in any way. So it's just a number. Hit enemy, number go up. Feel good?
I would think wealth, at the very least, you could theoretically spend your wealth in like an item shop or something, right? That just wasn't something that they did in Enchanted.
That's not something that's built in. In fact, I was looking at the documentation that Ray Dunnican put together on, suggestions for how to do more advanced stuff. Mm-hmm. And basically he suggested having a variable set aside to keep track of wealth. So you basically do it all manually. And since a variable can store a number, just increase or decrease that as necessary. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it wasn't using the game's built-in wealth system at all. Mm-hmm. Just because it doesn't seem like there's any way to access that through scripting or anything. Pizza prep is complete. I think Duck should say you duck and the dwarf's knife flies harmlessly over your head, but also quack sometimes. Oh, right. We do have randomness. Okay, let's do that. And then I think we'll probably call it a night after that. So that's in our global code. What would you like the odds to be on how often it says quack? I also had an idea about what should be across the street from the bus stop. Okay, I would love to hear it. Silver says, seeing this, I feel like I should get Robot Spacer to Pocket G develop sometime. Respectfully, no. As far as more serious projects, I have been working on a game. Again, I've been working on a game for my entire life. The one I'm working on now, is for iOS and Mac, basically, because I figured, okay, this time I'll do a game and I'll try to give myself more realistic limits. And also, most importantly, work within like what I'm already familiar with. Like in the past, I feel like most people, they're like, I want to make a game, they want to make a game that's like the stuff they play or whatever, and a lot of times that's far more advanced stuff. So, stuff I've worked on in the past is like, all right, I'm going to learn how to do 3D modeling and then I'll make a cool science fiction game. And then, I just spend all my time learning how to 3D model. Nothing ever comes out as good as I want it to. And I spend a lot of time, getting nowhere. So this time I was like, okay, I'll write it in Swift. I can support iOS, Mac. And I was able to put together pretty quickly a framework for the type of game I want to make. Now I just got to make the whole game, which is still a whole lot of work. But, maybe I'll get there someday. But yeah, like I know there's a ton of like very cool frameworks for making games. And I could... like if I took the time to learn them, they would probably help with a lot of things. But also, like, to me, I guess specifically for the idea I've had recently, like I had some specific things I wanted to do that, like, I had a very clear idea of how I wanted the interface to look, and like there was no way I was ever gonna get that without a lot of struggle in someone else's game engine. But writing it myself, I was able to accomplish most of what I wanted pretty quickly. But yeah, games. I wish I could spend all my time just making games. I might get there eventually. We'll see. Okay, Hinton said, I feel like Quack should be more common and the dwarf knife thing should have the same odds as escaping Wit's End. Ooh. I wonder what that percentage is. I think I learned about it at some point. Oh, right. So there's... there's 10 directions you can go, and one of those directions is always the exit, so it's 10% chance. So we can do that. Let me look at the code here for random numbers. Like, I think random at, I want to say, gives you a number out of 100. Oh, random number sign. So what exactly does the code look like for that? Random number sign greater than 10. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So if random number sign is greater than 10, or we'll do it this way. We'll have the more common case first. I feel like that's more straightforward. Then Quack. Else? We haven't done an else yet, but that, I assume that's right. Exit. Oops, I missed. Print. Okay. You duck. And the dwarf's knife flies harmlessly over your head. Okay. I really wish, like, this formats the code for you automatically, but I really want to, like, hit a button to do that, like a keyboard shortcut. But I think all you can really do is just close the window. Oh, I got a syntax error. What did I screwed up? Oh, is else not correct? It might be like else if or something. Let's see, Silver said, understandable. This is kind of why I like GDevelop. 2D focus, cross-platform, etc. But go with your gut. Yeah, like honestly, like if I'm going to go to the trouble to make a game, it would make a lot more sense to have something cross-platform. But like honestly, I'll be happy if I just ever finish a game. I feel like this is the best shot at doing that, is to stick with what I'm already familiar with. And you know, if I manage to finish it, honestly, like the structure of the game engine, it probably wouldn't be that hard to port to something else if I ever wanted to do that. Hin says Wit's End was like 1 in 20. Is it? Thought each door had a 1 in 20 chance of being the exit independently. Okay, I mean, we can go with that. So that'd be like a 5% chance, right? Let me figure out this else if situation. Is that in the reference? There's got to be some way to do an else, right? I don't see any else in here. How? Oh, I guess I could do, then it exits, and if it hasn't exited, then we have our other command. That must be what they expect you to do. Okay. So in that case, I feel like we should do our rare one. Okay. And then exit. And then that's our more common one. That's what I thought. Do I have too many exits? Okay. There we go. Okay. It didn't have any syntax errors, so I think it's right now. So let's try ducking a bunch of times. Quack! You duck, and the dwarf's knife flies harmlessly over your head. I'm surprised we got it on the second try. Let's try it a bunch more times. That seems almost too common, but I think I did it right. Yeah, I think we just happened to get lucky at the beginning there. Okay. No else in GD5 either. Wow, that's fascinating. Usually do least likely case greater than not least likely case, basically. Okay, interesting. Robot's friend says, I respect a language that's like, yeah, you don't need else, but I also don't want to live in them. I think that's a reasonable way to look at it. Culinary said, but if it's a fall through, it always gets invoked, so that's a problem. Well, we have the exit in. So the exit, like, if the if statement matches and it is closed with the exit, then it will do what's in the if statement and then not process any further commands. It's a little bit weird, honestly, and hard to keep track of, but you know, it works for what it is. I guess we should do another, since we're wrapping up here, let's do another tour through our little game here that we have so far. So we didn't ever set up a title screen or credits. That's definitely something we'll want to do. I might do some of like setting up the structure for the title screen and credits off stream. But I'll figure that out. I had fun with this, so I think we'll do it at least another week. We'll just kind of play it by ear, and if it feels like we're done with it, then we'll be done. but I would like to, like, I feel like we made some nice progress, and we're getting towards having at least one complete puzzle. So we'll continue, and hopefully we can eventually get to like a small but complete little game here is the hope. There's our Graham Memorial Library. You're standing outside an old brick library. There's a double door entrance in front of you. It's completely dark beyond the glass panes of the doors. There's a book drop to the right of the doors. Let's open the drop. I love that sound. You open the book drop a couple of inches and then it stops. There's something jammed inside. Look in drop. It's very dark inside. You can see the outline of something jammed inside. You might be able to reach it. Reach in drop. You slowly reach inside until you grasp a small object. And then that's unfinished, to be resolved later. Go to our totally normal house. We didn't really program anything here. You're in front of a totally normal house. It's probably the most ordinary house you've ever seen. The front door is closed. There's a small path leading off to the west. A bus stop is to the east. You're on a twisty little path along the side of the house. The front of the house is to the east. North of here, the path leads toward a greenhouse. Let's go north. The door is closed. Open door. The door opens. North. The end.
Yay.
We won the game.
Congratulations.
We do not need to save. And that's it. Oh no, I forgot to write down all the sounds we used. We used gate, we used bats, and we used, what was it, creak.1?
I think so.
Okay. And we still have not used a variable. Making games is so easy. It sure is. So,
And since I thought you were going to say, I forgot to save.
that's kind of an interesting thing about this. I don't think I ever really talked about it, but like anytime you close a window, it'll ask if you want to save, and that's saving it to disk. So then immediately you can quit World Builder, open up the application, and it runs. Like every time you open one of those editing boxes and change some stuff around and click OK, it immediately saves like directly to the application. So it's honestly, it's kind of neat, and I would love to learn more about like the architecture of like the program and like how exactly that is functioning behind the scenes. But yeah, if you it's kind of hard to accidentally forget to save. The worst thing you could do is accidentally click the wrong button when it asks if you want to save. But even then, like the most you could lose is whatever you did on that screen you were just on. So we'll continue this next week. I think next week, obviously we should fill things out a little more. We should maybe figure out a name. We should definitely get one complete puzzle. I think that's a good goal. So we'll figure out, like the in-between steps of like, we're getting something out of the book drop and then probably using that in the greenhouse. And then that will ultimately lead to us getting the key to the spooky old house. So I think that's a good goal. We might be able to start to figure out like who our player character is, like what the ultimate goal of the game is. I guess it's to get out of purgatory, maybe? I don't know. We'll figure it out. My Tuesday stream is going to be a couple of Mac Venture inspired games. Occult Case Files. There's a short demo of that, and that looks really neat. So we'll check out that one first, and then after that, we're going to check out From Beyond Prologue, which I think is a bit longer. I'm not sure how long it is. I don't know if we'll be able to get through it, but we will check out what we can. And those are in the style of like Shadowgate or Uninvited. So I think that'll be fun to check out. Those are both pretty recent games. Would you like to talk about your upcoming streams?
My upcoming streams will be Nier Automata on Monday and Thursday for next week only.
Nice.
Because there is one full week before Genshin 3.6 drops, and then it will absolutely consume my entire brain. But until then, we're going to play as much as we can of Nier Automata. I have been continuing my off-stream practice. I am comfortable with the controls now. I think I can continue on normal difficulty, and I think we will have a much nicer time.
Yay!
It's actually like I'm at the point where I haven't fully caught up to where I ended on my stream save file. I want to play more. I want to keep playing.
Ooh. I'm trying to figure out who to raid here. This is a difficult choice, to be honest. Ooh. I need some dice in my drawer here so I can quickly roll them and decide who to raid.
You know, I got dice in my drawer. I got, I think, 20 D10s.
Oh, that is right down here, isn't it? I was thinking your dice were over there, which is harder to get to.
My dice are in my drawer.
But I have decided who to raid. We're going to go say hello to Mzizi again, since she stopped by earlier.
Maximus had the same brain cell.
Perfect. Stream title says Time Paradox, Dinosaurs and Wizards?
Oh.
Europe hated it. Will we?
Fascinating.
I can't wait to find out. She's always playing something weird, and it's always a great time. So I hope y'all will come along. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you around. Bye, y'all. Thanks for making a game with me. I can't wait to make more of it.